Cool. No problem. I feel like I've been done something useful today.
Okay, so to your question, David, do we have anybody from the city?
Doesn't look like anybody's,
Look like it.
they wanted me to participate in the city part, and so I did, but apparently.
All right, well, if they show up, we can. I don't think we change it, I guess.
Maybe they're just jumping, they'll probably, maybe they'll jump on later.
Okay.
Yeah, we can just go forward, however you want.
All right, 5:03, let's call this meeting of the Albany County Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Roll call. Mr. Kennedy. Here. Ms. Hanning. Ms. absent. Mr. Platt. Here. Mr. Fine.
Here.
And Mr. Hinckley here. Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Just a couple of quick notes. The commission procedures thing was held over from June. You may recall that was in quite a long meeting, and it got a little bit fractured through the Zooming. So I didn't want to lose that thought. So that's what it's doing here. And it's just a general opportunity for us to discuss our meeting procedures, agendas, minutes, the kind of thing that we just need to do a little housekeeping on here and make sure we're all in the same place. We have a fairly long agenda today. We may not get through the whole thing. We do want to reserve a little time at the end for the updates, but we may end up scheduling an extra meeting. We didn't express it that way in the agenda, but just so we all understand that may or may not happen. So, comments, amendments, suggestions on the amendment on the agenda as distributed. Mr. Kennedy. Okay with it?
Yes,
Okay.
I move to approve the agenda.
Is there a second? I second that. Is there any further discussion of the agenda? Jeff, your little picture's kind of coming and going, but if I ignore you there, please sing out.
No problem, Bert. I'm on the road, but I'll be back in my office in about 20 minutes.
All right.
So it should get better.
Your vote on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, and I vote yes, it's unanimous. Approval of the minutes from the July meeting, corrections, amendments. Anybody?
I move to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as distributed, let's just do a voice vote. Say aye.
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 Passes. Thank you. Disclosures, Mr. Kennedy.
Since there aren't any public hearings, I don't think there's any need for any
I guess that's
disclosures.
you'd like to share with us, Mr. Platt?
Nothing.
Mr. Lott?
Nothing at this time.
Nothing from me. So there being no applications, we will not be in a situation of taking public comment on those. If there is any public listening in, which we don't see on the screen, be aware that there's a open mic session at the end of the meeting. We'll have an opportunity to discuss whatever's on your mind in 3-minute increments. So that moves us to the first item on the formal agenda, commissioner procedures. There was a little discussion between Commissioner Kennedy and I prior to this, just some ideas that we wanted to kick around. The first thing I'd note for the sake of the commission, the role of the chair is to ensure an orderly discussion. So if at any point anybody feels that they aren't being adequately heard, please don't be shy about speaking up. And any rulings of the chair are appealable by a motion second from the board. So my role in this meeting is just to fashion the agenda and try to keep us halfway on time. Please don't hesitate, anybody, to express your concerns about how we're proceeding. So, Commissioner Kennedy, were there some specific things? This is just an open discussion. We're not going to come to any decisions here.
Yeah, one of the things that we had talked about before that was having rules and procedures. And when I had looked, found those, Back from a year or two that there was a planning and zoning.
These, the bylaws.
Yes. And most of the other counties that I've looked at call it rules and procedures, and it's readily accessible. I think I even at the time might have forwarded a set from Carbon County. It seems like, and they seemed like they were pretty straightforward and pretty much in line with what we had done. And I noted that the references in were really outdated.
84 or something.
Yeah. And so that's one thing I think that, and probably sooner rather than later, just for clarity's sake for everybody, is it's nice to have a reference point when you come on that's mildly accurate, I guess. It's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
The copy I have says 75 and maybe a revision of 95.
Yeah. Yeah, give or take. A decade here or there.
What's a million years? I think that's a great idea. Let's just keep that up on an agenda going forward. Any other thoughts on that topic? David, does that come up periodically? Been set aside or?
The bylaws?
Yeah.
I mean, that's been on kind of our radar for a while. When we get to that. But yeah, I mean, if this is something you guys just wanna, I mean, I could bring what the Carbon County stuff and we can just work through it and see what we want, like, what we don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can look into that.
Well, and if we have another work session, it'd be a good time to, because I don't think there's, defer to the attorney, but I don't think there's anything that says how long we have to have that out in the public forum before we would adopt rules and procedures unless it's the Administrative Procedures Act.
It is.
Okay.
But, well, in the bylaws we have, they have a way, I think there's a specific way to amend them. It's already written into them, but it doesn't follow Administrative Procedure Act. So
It might be because they were written before there wasn't.
probably, that's probably it. So.
Well, I think that's 77, the Administrative Procedure Act. So, right. It's actually
Yeah. Either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, we can do that, which is just, we take it to the board and they publish them and then they'll have to approve it. Because the Board of County Commissioners ultimately will approve it.
And I guess some of these things, if we have a meeting that comes along like this one that is full, I don't know that we need to have special meetings for this if they don't just endlessly get put off. So, well,
I will dig that up again and forward it to you to send out to everybody.
Sure.
had you looked at other counties or just that one county?
I had looked, it wasn't quite as accessible as I found those for Laramie County. I looked at Congress County as well, but they were a little harder to dig up and they hadn't been updated as recently either.
I think I had passed around a copy of Tetons. I think that's there.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
there it is.
Sure. Yeah, so we've kind of talked about this, we just haven't. Sure.
Yeah,
But they are antiquated, so I think that.
Commissioner Kennedy, do you want to try to make a specific proposal from those, or you want to just kick it around and assign it to our staff?
We need to have to look over.
Yeah, I'll be happy to go through it and have Matt do the same thing, and then we can.
Somebody needs to put the pen to paper to make it.
After August 22nd.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that we could target having a starting point at our next meeting. Okay, is that fair?
David, when will you need materials for the packet for next month's meeting?
September 7th, probably.
Okay.
And it's been 40 years, it doesn't have to happen tomorrow. So we all know that if you don't start, you don't finish. Earlier the better. Okay, other specific things, Commissioner Kennedy?
No,
Okay. Well, we just get a little bit of feedback. One of the things we discussed was that the balance between discussing things and having in a general way, and having a specific motion on the floor. And there's definitely some value to the discipline of here is the proposal specifically with a second. We discussed that. I've tried to find a balance there, but if anybody's unhappy with that and wants to force things into a specific motion, they're certainly welcome to do that most of the time.
I do think that adds some clarity to the discussion. And then the other thing to remember there is if there's a sense of the mover and the second that something needs to change, they're one, free to amend it, and two, they're also free to withdraw it and entertain another motion after the discussion. So I think it does add focus to the process to do that.
And the other thing that you pointed out in our discussion was one can make a motion and is under no obligation to vote for their own motion. And so a motion for the purpose of getting it in discussion is fully appropriate.
And the same with a second.
Right.
There's no implication that you support something by the fact that you made a motion or that you seconded it. That seems to be a common misunderstanding that it implies support of some kind.
Yeah, what it implies is, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
And that's a worthy thing. And so we can move from a general discussion into a formal discussion with a motion, basically at anyone's discretion. On these applications, they kind of come to us with a tacit motion, which is the recommendation of staff. So we kind of have a framework for that discussion. A couple other things just on my list, and again, Mr. Stein, Mr. Platt, weigh in here if there's anything that in your tenure on the commission you think is unclear or you feel that your voice isn't being adequately heard, sing out. The agenda is something that I work with David on to put together. Anyone who would like something put on the agenda need only ask. Ultimately, the chair sets the agenda and then it's amendable at the next meeting. But if there's something that's a burning issue, you all have every right to ask to be put on the agenda. I had a question on minutes. Those of us who've been going to organizations for years and years, there's always the battle between, should we distribute the draft minutes right after the meeting when it's fresh in people's minds, or do you distribute them right before the next meeting when they're ready to be discussed? Any thoughts, preferences on that?
Well, personally speaking, I feel it works pretty well the way it is now.
That's my feeling also.
And I prefer it much that way because one, there's no implication to the public, because as soon as they're sent out, it's a matter of public record. And there is the fact that until we have approved them, they are not official. So I see some value in them not being out until the agenda is published.
And you think that
I have run into that problem before with other state agencies before, where there was a public perception that was exactly what had happened, and people had tried to act on it, and yes, what we have done is conveyed to the commissioners, but there's also any of the other things that we've done that until we have approved the minutes, it really isn't. It isn't exactly as it has been provided to us until we have approved.
Right. I thought there was just that if we're being asked, are these minutes a faithful representation of the meeting, I'm better able to answer that the next day than
Yes.
a month later.
Yes.
But I take your point of if they become well, they wouldn't be distributed immediately. They would be available as draft minutes are a public document. Is that right? Do we have to send them around?
Well, anything that's sent to you is public. If they ask for our emails, but they're not gonna be, I don't know, they're not gonna be like distributed. We're not gonna put them on the website, or anything like that. So
Right. Well, okay, if everyone's happy
any
with that,
communications with us are public, basically.
Yeah.
Are public but not distributed. The only point they
Yes.
get distributed
Yes.
would be for this for the meeting. Okay. Okay.
And one thing just to note too is like, it does take staff time to do this, so it's like, there's probably not a way to get them out like the next day, because there's a lot of projects we're working on.
I'm excited to
I
get
can
it.
guarantee. Just to speak up for Joe a little bit.
But the video is available.
Next day.
Pronto.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
so you guys can look at that anytime you want, so.
But another thing, you guys have been distributing the packet in pieces and PDFs. I was just gonna see how my colleagues, does that work better or worse, or do you care?
I think what's been done is fine. It's nice to have everything in one, at least one sense, have everything in one thing, so you can open up one page and it's all there for the meeting.
But this bundle that has been sending around works fine with me, but
Yeah, well, that's worked fine too.
I mean, you can be accessed both ways, just gotta split out, and then if you get on the website, it's there, you can pull up the whole packet, like Michael likes.
no, pull up the whole packet.
Like everything all together in one.
Oh,
in
one
one
huge
PDF. Yes.
Yeah.
I just know it's a lot easier on computers if it's separated out.
I usually keep an agenda open and keep the packet open, so I can,
Right.
I think it's fine.
And the word searchability is what's really, just let this there, find your way in those 300-page maps. So there's an argument about it all in one. So what am I understanding? You've asked them to give you, or you put it all together.
No, I mean, it's already there. There's an agenda
It comes
packet.
both ways? Oh, okay, I guess.
Yeah, we put the link in the text of the email that takes you to the entire packet.
And the individual.
And then the individual ones.
Got it.
No, to me, that's perfect. I mean, you do it either way.
Staff reports, again, I was just going to invite my colleagues that the staff reports are to us for our use. So if there's anything in the staff report that you think could be improved, that would help us do our job, break it out, sing out. The one thing I find myself doing is, and I think I requested a little inset map. But the inset maps are not significantly different scale than the big map. So I think if that was going to serve its purpose that I had in mind, it would be big enough, maybe it's just a dot that just, so you instantly see, are we talking Fox Park, are we talking Toltec, rather than just kind of slightly large, right? So that's just a quick GIS function.
How big would you like it?
Well, the
Right now, the bigger map is 1 to 10,000. And the smaller one is 1 to 100,000.
It's under 100,000. Well, it's so small. Well, I mean, the functional scale I would like is so I can see where I am in the county.
Compared to the city.
Just city, main highways. I mean, at the level of Woods Landing, Rock River.
Probably basically what you already have in that one map, the little one, but just blown up, I'm guessing.
Well, I think you'd have to go to shrink it down. You don't want it to occupy the whole thing, but I'm thinking maybe it's just a red dot that shows Laramie and the main highway. So that would just help me immediately see where we are. I don't know how you guys figure out where you are. I end up.
Well, I mean, if
I
an
use
inset
the-
map includes a place name that most people readily recognize, that's good enough.
If-
Like, if it's the property Centennial and it has Should Centennial, that clues you in.
Right, but it says Happy Acre subdivision.
Well, that doesn't tell you, but that's what I'm saying though. If the inset map says Centennial, if that half acres is nearby,
Yes.
that's good enough. You don't need to have Laramie.
Sure.
I mean, you could, but,
No, that's the functional point.
Yeah.
It isn't necessarily. Okay, it's a fine point, but every day in every way, we can do better. And then the final point on my list under that would maybe just be we've talked about this before, but what's the acceptable level of inter-commissioner dialogue? Obviously, no three can get together and figure out what they're doing, but doing the public's business in public. And I know we have had dialogue one-on-one between us. So I guess I'm looking over at Matt. Are we clear that as long as we aren't talking together in groups of three, we're okay?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Kennedy had suggested some blind carbon copies.
That was one thing that I've heard both here and at other entities. If you do intend to email more than one other commission member, do it BCC, and that way the other folks cannot reply to the other member that was included in the email.
Not readily. Okay, but as long as
They could do the same thing.
they can do the same thing. So I like the idea of coming to meetings prepared, and it's useful to bounce ideas around with folks. But to the point of doing the public's business outside of public items. Just we all need to be conscious of what we're doing. The guys at city planning and zoning, I mean, they've got them on a leash about that long in terms of ex parte communications. I'm assuming none of that applies to us, right? It's because they sit as the board of adjustment. Bring it any email.
Adjustment.
Oh, adjustment. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, in that setting, ex parte would be you and an applicant.
Okay.
Like if you're talking to an applicant outside of this, I mean, you just have to say that you talked to them. If you don't.
Yeah,
Right.
Okay,
That's
that's the public
the-
disclosure.
That's
part.
the disclosure part, but we're welcome to talk to
I guess-
applicants.
Matt, I'll let Matt.
Yeah. Okay, good point. Can I talk to an applicant?
I would discourage it.
Okay.
That outside of meetings.
I mean, it'd be difficult if Burns in the Safeway or whatever, and the applicant comes in and grabs him like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you can't really like just say, I can't talk to you, you know? I mean, I guess it just becomes difficult, but.
You run into a lot of issues with
how often is that?
the appearances of impartiality and
Right. Well, maybe you said let's not do too much of that, but I know I've sometimes go look at a piece of property to see what it's all about, but we have somebody standing there, you're gonna fall into the conversation.
yeah, and that's true. I know the commissioners did that with Real Tie.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people.
Okay.
So I suppose, and the maximum level of transparency.
And I've had the experience where the applicant was actually my next door neighbor. And you occasionally talk to your neighbors, hopefully, and anyway.
I try
So, and all I did was disclose that, so.
Well, I'd like, we don't have to do a lot of homework outside of class, but the more we can do, the better prepared we are. But, okay, as long as we keep that in mind. All right, any other thoughts from the four of us on things you had questions about our procedures?
I'll ask one question. I know I can just spout off something well spoken. Is there any criticism of me speaking out of turn? Someone wants to say to me.
Oh.
Keith. Okay, Jeff.
I mean, in a larger body, when I've been a chair of a Congress with 300, well, then it's gotta be absolutely abolished, nothing happens, but no, and then Robert's
Mr.
rules.
Chairman, if you want to rein me in sometime.
You know, likewise, but if someone's worried about the official Robert's Rules of Order, they have accommodation of small assemblies, just in order to move productively forward. Okay, let us attempt to move productively forward. The next item on our agenda is to consider the zoning resolution amendments on zoning district changes. I prepared a second, what I would call a working draft, that was cleaner than the previous one, less commentary, and it didn't have some of those garbled up sections in it. I only included the places where something changed, but put a note in where things weren't changing, so that the structure stayed the same. We had a little discussion this last time, just kind of what works for folks rather than the whole, whatever it is, 80 pages. So that's what's before you. I had done it in Word and thought we would distribute it that way, but I see that it came out in PDF, but I'm thinking there was so that you could more easily comment to yourselves. So we'll proceed. I assume everyone's looking at the PDF that was distributed. Did you get that, Jeff?
I did get it, and I'm in the process of changing over from my phone to my computer. So hopefully
Okay.
I don't have to drop off and then ask for admittance again. But if I do, you'll know why.
I was thinking that would be the one that we can go through page by page and all be in the same place. There are a few comments left in it where they're in blue, and mostly those were places where Matt or David had made a suggestion, and I kind of asked the guy running the pen and thought, let's talk about that, rather than, yeah, great idea, let's just do it. If it's acceptable to the group, we'll just go through page by page. Again, don't let any thought get run over in our haste to sing out. My thought was we could go through, look at the red on each page, and if it's acceptable, I'll just look around, and again, if somebody has a reservation about that, by all means, let's bring it to a vote and have a discussion on it. But in the interest of moving forward, if there are just simple things, but my idea of simple and yours might be different. And again, don't hesitate to object if there's any objection, because what I would hope to come out of this meeting with is a document that is suitable for public review. And as clean a document, something we can be pleased with organizationally and grammatically as well as conceptually. And if there's something that we end up just saying needs work, we don't have to finish it. So it may be that everyone will say, yeah, this just doesn't work for me, but I don't want to suggest language on the spot. So we can also just kick things back and try again. So that's certainly an option. Yeah, yes, no, or nice try. Let's see something else. Joe will be our secretary and keep track. Is that fair? Or David, or somebody's going to do the recording does it, but if we can.
Yes.
If we can.
We can do it on the fly, probably.
Okay, ready, man. Need me to put it in the file. Save your word line.
I know, I'm just, yeah.
Do you need me to put it?
I had the wrong one a minute ago, so.
I'll put it in the file.
Okay. You got the post version?
Yes. It's okay. Is everyone comfortable with proceeding on that?
That sounds great.
Okay.
It's in there.
All right. We'll bring it up on the screen for our own sake, as well as we do have
It's right about the capital update.
we have both Jeff and I see Bonnie Bath is attending. Welcome,
Which
Bonnie.
file's it in?
Planning and zoning 2022.
All right, give me just a second.
So the first entry is just the standard one. When it's amended, does that list just get bigger and bigger and bigger from beginning at time until forever?
Which one is it, Jeff? Burn 2021 is the word.
Working document, I think. I don't know what the protocol on that is, I guess. It seems I just throw it in there as the next one.
Yeah, I think until there's a general update.
What's the general update?
You're making enough changes that you're essentially restating it in its entirety. So, and you can see that listed there, 2015. You do a major overhaul.
So this wouldn't be that.
And I don't think it rises to that level.
Okay. I'll at least try to get the screen up. I'll use some of these early ones. Table of contents, there's a change. And that's consistent through the document. We're calling it a zoning district amendment instead of a zoning change.
Yes,
please.
I would recommend that we update the Albany County Planning logo on the table of contents to the updated logos.
Oh. What's the new one? It's
The one that's on the letter.
Yeah, that's on the letter. Oh, I like this one. Fine, but all right. Maybe run afoul of the bucket marks or something. Some of the candidates have been changing their yard signs because they were using bucket marks. Secretary of State doesn't like it. Okay, then I'm on page 1-2, section 14. Now, this one has some substance to it, that we are not running zoning changes past the county engineer. Is that appropriate, or it says at the discretion of planning director? I could take this or leave it. Thoughts?
It gets sent to him, but he's not required to, or he's not marked as like required to respond.
We typically try not to send things to him because then the applicant has to pay for that review. Unless we feel like his review is important to the specific project. So, I mean, if it involves like a county road or something where that's going to impact us, like the county as a whole, then we would probably send it that way. I don't know, I guess, whatever we want to do. But,
So you think
He normally doesn't respond to the zone.
yeah.
So would you prefer that be in or out?
I didn't have any problems with this.
Was this in the zoning?
If you say strikeout, it's there, and
I mean, I think it should be left in just for like conditional uses or whatever.
No, this
it
is
would
just-
be. So it's just removing the request for exemption.
Oh, okay.
Do you ever send zoning certificates to him for review? Okay.
Okay, so that would suggest that isn't appropriate to have him involved here. Is that what you're doing?
No, I was concerned that just having land use permit application might be too narrow, but it is not.
Okay, it stays, or the change stays. That's fine with it. Okay. Definitions. The first change in definition is a conditional use permit. This language was suggested by Mr. Gertsch and Mr. Ayers. Thoughts on that? Concerns? Looks good.
It's just a general procedural cleanup. Something that's arisen in certain litigation.
And it was slightly off topic, but we talked about that. Its relationship to the general topic, which is the whole issue of zoning district changes versus other things. It is the process of making it clear that conditional use permits fall within a zoning district and aren't related to the creation and changing the zoning district. So if there are no thoughts on that, there's a small change at the bottom of that page where the word structure was added. That was probably a suggestion from the planning officer.
That was, I believe, from me. And so, yeah, originally it had as defined by 18.5203. That does not define what a development is. It defines what a zoning certificate is required for. So upon more thought, I would actually just recommend cutting out everything before the,
Oh, the pursuant to part.
yes.
So development is defined as the works for me. Others? Okay. See, disagreement, but we don't want to move too quickly here. Over on 2.3, land use. I had a question here. I think we kicked this around last meeting, but my notes weren't clear. A particular parcel. So is it a parcel or a property or a unit? I saw in some of your stuff, Mr. Ayers, you used the word unit of land in terms of subdivisions. But is there a correct term that we should cleave to?
Do you have?
For what?
So
Are you down there? Yeah, definition of land use is where we define
Okay.
this. Yeah, I was just questioning the parcel in my notes from our last meeting. I thought you had some thoughts on, is it a parcel, is it property, is it a unit, is what's the? what's the
Mr.
right-
Chair, I think parcel is the more general use.
You think that's, I guess I'm asking in terms of statutes and legalities of it, you're comfortable with parcel, Mr. Thine?
I am in my knowledge of what it is, however, I defer to the legal description if that's incorrect, if that's not specific enough. I thought it was a more general term that would cover all the synonyms you just mentioned.
What did he, I could.
Oh,
I
I
couldn't hear
he
that.
just thought this is a general term. I guess I would just, if we're going to use a term repeatedly, be as close to the correct one with appropriate legal.
So we do have parcel defined below as a plot of land, usually a division of a larger area. That doesn't mean it necessarily has to be a division, but
I mean, I like parcel, we use that, I think, a lot. We don't usually use unit for the most part. Or tract, I mean, yeah, we use tract in our subdivision regulations when we're talking about large tracts.
Yeah, when I hear the word tract, I think subdivision is the first thought that comes to my mind.
Like Turner tract.
Yes.
Okay, so parcel works here for you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
That was the only question I had on that. And then there's a small adjustment of the definition under land use development.
and Mr. Chair, just stylistically, I would recommend instead of specific, use certain, just because they're specified right after.
On both those last two definitions.
No, just for the land use development permit. Placing specific with certain.
Any objections? And then I would just point out that land use or physical development, that is a phrase from state statute. That's an important key back into where we started. Moving forward, page 2.6, we have some additional definitions. Here again, the relevance of the zoning certificate is to clear up dramatic confusion in one case between zoning certificates and zoning changes, zoning district. So I think this language was worked out between council and planning staff.
Yeah, and Mr. Gersh, my only thought was possibly to define or to add after zoning district. Well, actually make zoning district, put a parentheses S, because it's possible that you could have two zoning district requirements affecting a particular property, such as overlays or, and then further, any other applicable requirements of this resolution. I don't think that we are at a point where a requirement wouldn't be specific to the district that it's in. But if that were to arise in the future, I'm not sure what that, is there anything that would come up? Or there's just a requirement that may not be specific to whatever zoning district.
Well, if it's not zoned, if it doesn't have a zoning district, like it's state or federal land, then we exempt that from this. So I don't see. And then we do have a provision, so if something does change from like exempt land to private land, then that automatically changes to agricultural. So I guess I don't see when that would happen.
Okay, well then,
But the overlay you mentioned, that is a zoning district. The certificate, but also certify that it was consistent with its overlays. So the overlays perhaps need to be called out specifically.
overlay zones, I mean, they're overlaid zoning, aren't they? I mean, they're zoning districts.
See, here are the zoning districts that they don't appear.
Well, it's under the zoning chapter, so you have
Right, there's a whole
Overlay
section that's called
zones.
overlays.
and then zoning.
I guess I just suggested you wanted to make that cover the possibilities you would say compliance with provisions of the zoning districts and the overlays.
Oh, no, I would think that if you get, well,
Now, I don't care if we just added or overlay zones, but that doesn't.
how do you have this?
What would that be the obvious? Yeah, I mean, section 3 is overlay zones after all of the 7 established zoning districts.
So then, yeah, I guess of the applicable zoning district, and
And overlay zones.
and overlay zones.
Well, or couldn't district just be changed to district parentheses S?
That was my
I
thought.
was just saying, I don't know that the overlay zone is a district, is it?
No, it's a multiple, essentially.
Obviously, if you're doing the check, you'd say, here's the proposal. Does it meet the rural residential? And does it meet the whatever overlay it might be?
I mean, I
That would be part of a certificate.
I guess my thought would be is we have them in 2 different sections. We establishment of zoning districts, and then the next one is overlay zones. So the terminology is a little bit different there, even though it's kind of the same. So I just think it might be nice just to have them both listed like you're suggesting. I don't think it's gonna hurt anything either way, but because when we do review someone that comes in with a, building or something, we review all that stuff already. But just to have that listed in here, I don't think that's a problem.
It would be an alert to the reader that you may also have these zones, these overlay zones.
Right,
All right, but
which is more than just the aquifer protection we have, the floodplain.
yeah, we have.
Yeah, so.
Okay, any objections to making that addition? Okay. And then the zoning map. And I just circled property, but I guess we've just seen how there we used property, we used parcel before. So would that be a better, parcel be a better word there? Each parcel in the county. Mr. Gurry shared, again, totally your preference, but what's least confusing for you and your users?
I mean,
It's not necessarily a parcel.
What?
what is it?
I mean, some parcels have multiple loans.
Well, this is just the legal description. I mean, this is just a statement really of where you can find the legal descriptions. I mean, I think
Property works for you?
I think parcel or property really works. I don't see it's meaning anything really different. Because a parcel to me is like, most likely a legally defined lot, right? Or how do we define it? I can't.
A plot of land.
Okay.
So,
Can a plot of land not be necessarily legally sold? available? Because like somebody could build it or do a survey and say, hey, this is the property we're looking at, however, I own the rest of it as well.
Well, then they need to subdivide.
I think it's probably something that takes right here. but-
I think parcel's fine just for the sake of consistency.
Yeah.
Let's make it parcel.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I note that we've defined parcel already. And so, I mean, we have a very specific definition of parcel already established. When I imagine this, and I could be wrong, I think a property is a legal term, a legal description, and we know that legal descriptions of each property are maintained by the county clerk. So to me, it makes sense to leave the word property there when you're talking about zoning map, because again, it has been my experience once or twice in life that some people like to split hairs and, attempt to create a situation that wasn't envisioned or that they want to get their way. And I think property is a legal term that is very clearly understood by the things we added there. Whereas we have not in this list, we have not defined property. And I think this offers the description of property rather than having property in the list. So legal descriptions maintained by the county clerk. And I think that walks around any of the problems that might come up with the term parcel, because you have parcel predefined.
Okay, because the county clerk maintains property descriptions. That's the
Correct.
sense. Comment.
Because that's a legally transferable, as I understand it, that's a legally transferable, defined, real, I want to say real piece of property. I'll say land. It's a legally defined description of a segment of land in the county that can be transferred, can be sold, and we're trying to regulate the use of that property, as I understand it with the zoning. So that's all I had to add.
I have no preference. I just raised it as
I don't like matters at all.
a possible ambiguity.
I mean, when you talk about property and parcel, I mean, I guess the difference could be is kind of like what Jeff is saying is, property really denotes something that somebody owns. It's legally theirs. It's kind of a legal description, I don't know. When I say parcel, I'm not necessarily referring to someone's ownership. I'm referring to the actual property, which I guess it means both of those.
Or
I don't
a
know.
portion of the property.
I think we're really getting into this.
Okay.
Property is a much
Yeah,
broader
we
term.
probably are.
Sure, it is too. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Cornell Law School is defining parcel as a defined piece of real estate.
Okay.
I mean, which is exactly.
Well, I
what
want to
we're
get,
talking about.
I only raise it because
Okay.
you guys have to enforce these things.
I mean, does this sentence even need to be in this legal
Well,
descriptions?
we do need to, the first part of it uses the same word, that the zoning map tells you what zoning district each thing in the county is in. That's the point of it. Tells you what your parcel is.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm happy to just leave it alone.
Given mass description, I think we really do need to change it to parcel. Because I don't think we want to imply that we can regulate the use of any property. We're not even saying real property, so let's just change it to parcel.
Yeah, we can't do much about chattels.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you persuaded, Mr. Fine?
I understand, but I can see both sides. I almost want to go back and put the Cornell definition in under parcel. Because
We need to bring it
that was very clear to me when it was read out to me. It was just like, oh yeah, obviously. Parcel right now means a plot of land, usually a division of a larger area. So if I wanted to be a lawyer type difficult person, I'd come in and say, well, my parcel is not the property. It's a subdivision or a division of my property, because the larger area is the property. And so now what are you trying to tell me? That I can, whichever side they're arguing, that ambiguity opens up, that potential could be difficult. Because I think planning and zoning's job is difficult enough without having any ambiguity.
Selling parcels. All right, let's bring this to a head. I'm on for a motion. Okay, I'd like to make your suggestion motion.
Sure. I move that in the definition of zoning map, we change the word property in both places to parcel.
I second. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Can we hold off and let Matt's looking up?
Okay, we're into discussion. Okay.
And Matt might have something there to add.
Yeah, under 18.5303, parcel is defined as a contiguous piece of property lawfully created or conveyed of record as a single piece of property.
Oh, excellent. Can we just stick that in with the parcel word then, when we have our definitions?
I think we certainly could.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, we could. Is that a friendly amendment?
I so
Definitely.
move that amendment.
Okay, the second accepts that. Second. Okay, is our clerk clear on what we're doing? Sure. Okay, we're going to parcel, and we're going to then modify the definition of parcel. Back on page 2.4, as
Yep.
per Mr. Ayers.
Do you want to read that to me? Or let me read it?
Yeah.
To myself.
Yeah, it's right there. Just start with A.
Trying to make him look bad.
What was that legal site?
18.5303. Is that? Or sorry, 301. No, it's 302.
Split the difference. The average value.
And one small ray of clarity to this. That's all the good words.
Thank you, fellow commissioners, for bearing with me.
Good, all right. Now, are you seeing the screen, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. All right, are we clear on the motion on the floor? All in further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, moving to page 3-1. Now here, Mr. Ayers, you can weigh in. I think, drafted the language in red, picking up on a pattern that I thought you had established to try to tie this all together. Your most recent comments suggested that was necessary. Where are you on these two paragraphs?
As to the first paragraph, I think that these statutes are generally cited more specifically in other chapters or sections where they are singly applicable.
Okay, but you feel that as a body, we are adequately cited to statute to give us those hooks. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, so I don't believe that for the first paragraph, that's necessary.
Okay. And the second.
Oh, the second, I'm sorry.
I quoted your comment there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would stand by that.
It's been suggested by council that we strike those suggestions. I'm happy to defer to him. Others?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so just to kind of go along with what Matt is suggesting here, the statutory authority is established in the first chapter, in the first section, basically, and it gives much of what you have in there. there may be a few other, I don't think 9-8-301E is necessarily cited there, but I don't think, I guess my opinion is maybe we shouldn't be reciting this over and over and over and over, unless it really applies like specifically to what we're doing, because the things you're quoting or the statutes here apply to the entire document, not just to the establishment of zoning districts. Those are my thoughts, just after some.
To your point on the very last one, though, that really is a key provision,
Well, and
the 301E.
And that's something that could be included in for chapter 1.
And we have a citation to that on the next page, the 98301.
Okay. Then I'm satisfied, gentlemen. Fine.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification that you cited 9-8-301 on the next page. I have the PDF file open simultaneously, so I can look ahead a little bit. Yeah, I understand why you would want to remove it to just simply make the document shorter and more accessible. Although personally, as a technical person, I don't mind seeing it again, but I'm not going to inflict that on the staff and the work that you've already done.
Is our goal here. If it takes extra words to do that, but I guess I'm satisfied that we're clear. Okay, hearing no objection, we will strike those. We're doing section 2, establishment of zoning districts. This section establishes period before the first one. And then there will be the next sentence. The zoning districts within Albany County are :
Is that on the same one? Or did I?
Yeah, if you just strike all the red and the blue, you'll
Strike with the next one
do
too.
a pretty short.
Yeah, so.
And then you're keeping everything except for
This is
the
there will be
following.
2 sentences under section 2. So,
Yeah, the zoning districts within Albany County are, and then I assume there's going to be a list here, right?
yeah, then there's no changes there, and that's what you will see: rural, residential, ag,
Yeah, okay.
all our residential, correct? I never liked the include as an editor. Suggests there's other things, so let's go with a simple verb are. Okay, if everyone's happy there, then you'll see various places where zoning change has been changed to zoning district amendment. And those are acceptable. And that's the next 3 of these, bringing us to section 4. We have properties, I guess we're consolidating around parcels. Yes. See that third line on the side?
Oh, yeah. I think that would be.
Okay, let's just be consistent, then no one will have to scratch their heads about what did they mean something different here. And then it talks about where the maps can be found.
And is that? Does the county clerk keep record of zoning maps?
I don't think.
Yeah,
It's
so-
old language, maybe that does belong.
or the real estate.
Albany County Real Estate Office, I don't
Today, do it.
think that they have zoning
No,
records.
there's nothing. Yeah, it's all in our office basically.
We need to strike all that. What do you want to strike?
Everything but Albany County Planning Office.
Okay, excuse me. And then we're striking the dates printed, I think, in this day and age. There's no need to print these all.
We don't do it.
Okay, everyone's comfortable with that as written? as
My question would be to staff, is 30 days adequate?
Yeah, Joe's pretty quick.
Okay.
The last one I got done in like an hour.
Take a little bit of slack. I mean, I think it is fair for us to put in a date there so people know what they're looking at. Okay, section 5. Now, yeah, here's where Matt and I had slightly different throws. I guess since I got the floor, I'll go first. I thought it was the purpose of the zoning district amendment is not to allow public review. It's to clarify how we do zoning district amendments. So I wasn't sure what you were getting at there.
Well, the process itself is to allow for public review.
Right.
That's why, we're giving that notice.
But that isn't the purpose of a zoning district amendment. Purpose of a zoning district amendment is to change from agricultural to rural residential.
I suppose. But I mean, if we're getting to that, someone's request for a zoning district amendment is not necessarily to promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the county.
No, but the purpose of a zoning district amendment is the red language. Purpose of a zoning district amendment is to promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the county under the same authorization that we assign you to a zoning district in the first place. This is why I wrote it down. That's why we're allowing zoning district amendments is,
I mean, we're exercising the police power. That's basically what it's saying, right?
whatever power it is that lets us zone, we are
Yeah.
using exactly that power to reassign.
So that's what health, safety, rules, and
That's the.
Okay, yeah,
That sounds fair.
yeah.
Okay, so we'll strike the blue and leave the red. Yeah.
I,
Yes.
I would just like to say, the public review part, I guess is unsaid. Because I'm kind of on the thing that, it's both. Yeah, we're promoting the health and welfare and, the American dream. But, the other thing that you have an amendment for is to force it into the public light and to give people a chance to comment on the proposed change, because it's a proposed change when you make that amendment, right? Am I misunderstanding how the order of things goes?
That's what notification requirements do on the next page.
Okay,
And they specify that you have to post it, do your 30 days and so forth.
okay. I mean, I understand. I like the language, Matt's language. I really like it, but it's okay. I'll just let it go.
Okay, are you happy moving forward, or you like to suggest an amendment that change? Mr. Dye.
No, I'll go along. I just want to give Matt some talk.
Forward, but we're going to try to do it right. Okay, the next one is just a terminology change. And the next one breaks the tie between zoning changes and zoning certificates and so forth. I think that was consistent with the overall point of the amendment. Does anyone have a thought on that? And that we will no longer have requests for reassignment of zoning district at the same time as, say, a subdivision. Okay. The notification requirements that follow on page 3-3 are there's very little new language there that is brought forward, modified to get specifically at zoning district changes. And did I capture your thought correctly, Mr. Harris, in terms of the timing? That's the in blue there. I modified that. Do we need to, did I get that right? The 30 days to the 14?
Let me see.
I'm on the lower middle of page 3-3.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, that is correct.
Delete.
Oh, the only one thing is that shouldn't be a number 6 paragraph. That's actually part of the preceding paragraph. It's just another sentence.
I'm not following.
Oh, so at
Bottom of
the bottom of 3.3.
Oh, clear at the bottom.
Yeah, subparagraph 6 shouldn't be its own paragraph. It should just follow the previous.
Okay, so
I found is it a requirement to return the sign in as good a condition? Yeah. I just didn't know if there'd been a problem with getting the sign.
yeah.
I read that.
Collector's items. So we're striking striking the blue entirely.
As soon as we get back to the ones we could pick up.
Yeah, it's a huge issue. Sign return.
Okay, you're striking the blue, striking the blue, and then combining 6 back.
He combined 6.
Well, see, with 5, right?
Yeah, you struck 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just,
It's its own
it's not
paragraph.
red line, it's just gone. Okay, and then 6 just gets combined back up in 5. Just formatish.
It's its own paragraph.
Six. Well, no, I think that Matt just suggested that 6 is not its own paragraph.
It's its own paragraph under 5.
I think there's 2 paragraphs under 5.
Yeah. So you just don't have to have a 6.
Is it 2?
No.
I should say
No,
6.
No,
It's
that
crossed.
one is just a numerical.
Number 6 is crossed.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, I was just wanting to see it snuggled up to its part.
I was trying to, but it wasn't working.
You've done it.
So that's something you have to deal with when you want to fight with Word for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
Takes
just-
taking.
For a long time.
Yeah.
Being the We Hate Word Club, I'll be with you. All right, I'm at E, moving right along. And here was the statute that we've discussed earlier, and a terminological change, zoning district amendment. Any concerns there?
Oh, I would actually, I would recommend. So basically the first sentence deals in plural, whereas the second sentence deals in singular.
Okay.
So I would recommend in that first sentence, make or may certify an amendment to a zoning district and remove designations.
To a zoning district. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That work? Okay. And then would you tinker with F? Guess you're saying that already is written in the singular.
Well, we do have a duplication of the in the first.
Oh, yeah, all right. Go back.
And then, yeah, on a zoning district amendment application.
There's a period in between district.
On a zoning district. Okay, or Mr. Gertz, if you're.
So application after.
Zoning district amendment application on a, yeah. Oh, and similarly, then
So.
okay,
Where am I?
on a,
You're having it read.
A second.
Prior to acting on Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation on a zoning district capital.
Oh, I'm not capitalized.
No,
A second.
yeah.
Okay, what am I doing? Am I in the right place?
Yes, you are. Yeah, you were
So this is supposed to be A.
A,
Okay.
and then insert zoning district amendments.
And then strike the rest.
And then strike everything after application of that sentence.
No, keep application in there.
You just,
Oh.
yeah, one word to that.
I'll just add it here.
Okay, that works as well.
I don't know why the path of least resistance. Okay, and then the second sentence, Board of County Commission shall hold prior to acting on the request.
And then we have another just small formatting thing that amended shouldn't be its own paragraph and should just follow immediately after amending.
Is everybody still there?
Yeah, you guys froze for a minute, but you're back.
Yeah,
We kind of disappeared, so.
Glitch.
All right. Do you want me
Well,
to
at least
do
we
this?
have electricity.
Highlighted?
Yeah. And air conditioning. Findings, period. Okay. Moving to paragraph G. Okay, here again, Mr. Ayers and I were writing slightly different hats on. The language in red, the point that I was wanting to preserve, maybe this isn't the best way to do it, was that say someone is required, we're required to find that its traffic patterns have been adequately met. There's three ways that could go. We could say, yes, we think traffic patterns have been adequately addressed. We could say, no, this thing's a dog and everybody's going to die, and we're not going to prove it because of that. Or we could say, you haven't told us enough. So the piece that I was trying to preserve here is that a legitimate grounds for not making the finding is that you have not been given sufficient information. And so it was that nuance that I was trying to preserve.
I've got a question for Matt, and I guess the language in blue there, would you say that should go in there where it says failure of the applicant to provide would be replaced? And to me, that seems to be a more positive statement of the responsibility of the applicant and it puts it in a better light.
I agree. Yeah,
So I would move to make that change to delete in G, to delete from failure through the end of the sentence and insert the language that Matt has there.
Okay. I will just say, instead of if the Board of County Commissioners take away that apostrophe and instead of finds, I would say determines,
Okay,
because that's.
I love
Finding.
it. That's,
yeah.
yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
So is there sympathy for the affirmative acknowledgement that lack of information is a sufficient reason not to make the finding? It was the wording in blue struck me that it set it up more as a binary. Either I agree that that you aren't gonna trash the environment, or I disagree. And I want this third possibility that I don't know whether you are or not. You need to tell me more. And I just didn't find that in the blue wording. If the county commissioner determines that an application does not satisfy these findings, it's kind of buried in there. So I guess I'm looking at my colleagues. Is that a nuance that you think is worth putting words to?
I'd have to agree with Commissioner Kennedy's view on this. I like the more affirmative language. I don't know that you can put that nuance into more affirmative language. I wouldn't say yes or no. I'd just say I like the more affirmative language.
And when I asked you, Mr. Ayers, as our counsel, would we have adequate legal coverage if our reason for not making finding was you haven't told us enough?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, then I would yield the point of Platt.
Yeah, no, I get the suggestion.
Okay, so we will
Delete that.
substitute
And
the
then-
blue for the red, basically.
Board of County Commissioners delete the apostrophe. And after the apostrophe, right, determines.
Instead of fines, determines.
Yeah.
Okay, they shall make specific findings as to the applicant's deficiency. So that would be where my concern would fall. To articulate the deficiency is you haven't told me enough to be able to find it. Okay.
And to me, that also infers that there has to be some specificity as to what the deficiencies are.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely agree with there.
And I believe that as we look ahead, there's a very well specified list of deficiencies.
Yeah.
It, again, cast in the affirmative, shall provide, but clearly this is everything you have to do. And if there's something missing, there's a problem.
Okay, we're happy where that landed. Moving on then, one is just one is a clarification that we're not talking site plans at this point. I don't know if we even need survey maps, but I'm thinking you need something to tell us where we're talking.
Well, actually, and this was something that I haven't discussed with Dave yet, but when I was looking at this, I think last week or earlier this week, I thought, and when we've been discussing, say, issues in Centennial with their lack of surveying, you said it's getting better as we require survey maps with all these applications. Would zoning district amendments be also something where you would want to see that, just so we have more delineated property lines within our possession?
It kind of depends. So like, if there's already a legal description for the property, then we need some kind of map to show us where we're at, you know?
Sure.
I mean, now to limit it to survey maps, now we're requiring a surveyor, which we've never done for these type of amendments. That's
Be less, that's existing language, but we could strike the word survey.
well, but we had site plans before, which someone can draw up a site plan. It's like, that's not necessarily a survey.
Okay.
And I tend to agree with leaving that language in, because Centennial aside, I may have a perfect site map and not want to have done a survey yet where I own a large parcel and I am specifying I want to use the east half, the southeast quarter of section 17. So I have a perfect legal description. I can do a site plan, but I don't want to incur that expense before I know that I can go ahead with the next part of the process. And I think that's to your point, David, that
So I guess maybe, so you're suggesting we, at this zoning change step, are we gonna require a survey map?
That we don't require a survey map, that a site plan and or survey map as required. So for example, there's another place where we do require the survey map for Centennial. Just because to fix the problems that have cropped up pretty continually anytime we consider anything there.
But if someone's coming to us asking for zoning change, what's the minimum we need from that?
Well, I guess what I would say is, we don't necessarily even have to call the site plan. Maybe we just say applicant has provided such map or survey as required, because there may be certain circumstances, like we're gonna require a survey if someone's gonna zone a part of their parcel. We need a survey at some point so that we can actually define it.
What it is we've zoned.
Yeah, so especially if it's only part of a parcel, you know? But if it's already defined, there's legal descriptions, they're just using what's their deeded property already. If they just give us a map, I think that's sufficient.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Want to make a jump through. So let's modify that to read, the applicant has provided such maps or surveys as required. Would that,
I like
would
that.
that do it? Everyone following there? Yeah, I'm all for, we'll worry about plats, getting down to this short bits later. Everyone comfortable with that change? And you've made that. Then the next change, the bottom of 3.4, would just be to make it clear that there may be other applicable land use plans, like the growth area management plan, whatever comes up. Yeah, that it will be exposed to whatever's out there. Okay.
The CAP plan, the major street plan, all those, yeah.
Now, what's my, okay, Mr. Ayers, I included a note from you. Want to address that? I'm not quite sure where that ended up.
Oh, yeah. So I think that I was looking at Natrona counties and that stuck out to me that so we're avoiding like the development piece of, why do you want to do this in order to build X, Y, Z? We're ignoring the development, just focusing on the zoning. But I liked how Natrona was very dialed into what has kind of driven this. So that would be there's responses to changes in the environment surrounding the parcel, not necessarily natural, changes in public interest or changes in community needs.
You think we need, and why not we change it? Because we changed our minds. We made a mistake the first time. Do we need to say why we are changing? Because I would determine that we're doing it under our authority to zone for the health and welfare and more.
And this would get you, information pursuant to what is that promotion of health, safety, welfare. It was just a thought. I'm not married to it.
It was the change that I kind of stumbled on, that we are ultimately, we are accepting the applicant because they want it done, and we have no strong objections. And it isn't because presumably we would object if it was dramatically contrary to the health welfare. But it was there could be any reason why we're accepting the change. As long as we make these findings, it goes. Again, that was just my thought. Does others have thoughts on the need for saying why you want your change?
I think I'd leave that out.
Okay, that's where I was. Others?
I'm ambivalent, so.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Stein?
I like the language personally. I believe I understand the intent behind it, but I'm not going to make an issue out of dropping it or not putting it in.
It struck me that it moves us in the direction of so they can build a subdivision, so they can do something else, which is that's the link that we're trying explicitly to break.
Yeah, in my mind, it was kind of tangential to, but distinct from, because it's really just focusing on what is the actual zoning to accomplish within, kind of the bigger picture, not necessarily what are your plans for building on the property. But I understand. I mean, that's fine.
I mean, I kind of like it too, but I don't know if it's,
All right, I don't, I
care
felt
too
muddy
much,
water,
but-
so, all right, so what are we?
but I get the purpose.
Pass here, which, I'd stick with it as it's written and leave this part out. That's what I would do, Mr. Thine, you would like to keep that in? Or you? Yes, it's new.
You know, personally, I see it as kind of a preface, and I like it as a preface. I'm not going to insist on it. You asked me my opinion, there it is. But I don't think we have to die on this hill.
I would like to leave that in as an alternative so that we get public input on that. And do the full hearing. Because the part I appreciate the most is the fact that it focuses us on the zoning and not on the specific use that the applicant intends to make. And that, in my mind, that makes it easier for us to evaluate it because we aren't looking at a specific proposed use. We're looking at the broad category rather than what someone intends to do at that time. And we've had that discussion when we have rezoned some parcels. Well, what if this happens in the future? That's what's allowed on this parcel. And so I do think that language helps us focus on that what if portion and not on the immediate use that the applicant hopes to place on the property. And after all, once it's been rezoned, assuming that there's no subdivision required, they're free to change their plans too.
Yeah. Exactly right. I'm reading it with just the opposite sense that it seems to me it does focus on these other things, but okay, Mr. Arch.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I guess where I see it may be applicable is like, so we've got our comp plans and they show certain things. Well, maybe things are growing in those comp plans that are kind of going as the comp plan says, well, now you're to this property that's not, it's not set, something near it has happened that has changed the situation for the property next to it. That now it's like, well, maybe it makes sense to do the zoning in that manner, and not that we're growing like super fast or anything like that, but there could be circumstances where those things change that maybe that property next to it, maybe we should do something like that. But then again, maybe we do what you were saying earlier too, is we hit all the boxes, the compatibility and all that stuff, and we change it anyways. So, but I can see, I can see both sides.
I think it's leave it in for discussion. I'm just thinking if somebody comes to me and says, I just bought this piece of property, I want to do a subdivision instead of keeping it ag, we could say, fine. I don't have to say, oh, well, things have changed since we zoned it ag, because we didn't really have a reason to zone ag in the first place, except it just happened to be ag. So it was the change that was catching my eye. But I'm not uncomfortable letting it move forward. We'll see what comments. Yeah. Now that's the type of thing we could strike at the last minute, not have to go back around again. That is a concern too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That would be a small enough thing that we could.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. In that spirit, I would be willing to go along. All right. So very good consensus that we will leave that in and defer this discussion.
Okay. And that would be its own paragraph. That would be 3.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay. 3 would change to 4.
I'm the landowner. I don't need no stinking reasons. All right. So we got that squared away. That would be a new thing. And moving on to 3. This is just a wording that is consistent with what we talked about earlier. It's an affirmative obligation of the applicant to demonstrate that there is compliance with these items. We've eliminated screening and buffering as being inappropriate to this point in the process, that's a development. What are you gonna do with the property rather than which zone you belong in?
Mr. Chair, back to A, we need an S after land uses, with the existing land uses and the zoning district designations.
Okay.
Okay.
And then just, we talked about this briefly last time, but note that under economic impacts, we have relieved the applicant of this endless chase of they have to address complaints submitted. Then the rest of that is just the change from change to district amendment. And then in G, we can't find that they will meet the needs. All we can find is that they could if they wanted to. Sense of that. Okay, are we, other thoughts? Again, Mr. Thine, you have to sing out, I can see you over there, but you're tiny. So page 3.5, I'm turning. Let's go twice. Okay, 5.6. What I see is an editorial change there. It emphasizes the fact that a zoning certificate applies to the zoning district, which one finds oneself, not how you got there.
And Mr. Chair, I would just recommend removing the capitalization of zoning district in that.
Oh, yeah. That's, you've done that consistently. I just failed to catch them all. Then the next set of changes occurs on 5.8, and it is recognizing that when we come to a conditional use, now we have crossed that bridge of zoning. We are now within a specific zoning district. And so now it is inappropriate and arguably illegal to be making decisions based on comp plan, which is kind of where we started this discussion a year ago. And otherwise, the wording changes here are parallel to what we did with the zoning district change.
Right.
I don't know, we're screening and buffering it now if it wasn't in this original list.
Oh,
I'm assuming that's,
Mr. Chair, didn't you want to change the findings of, or instead of must be able to make the required?
oh, yeah, these should be parallel, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yes. We're at the top of 5.8, under number 5. Yeah, we had spent some time getting our language just right.
Must make.
Over on G on page 3.4.
Yeah, so 5.
Yeah, so we just
Go to, can you go to the top, David?
5.8 parallel.
5.8?
Oh, it's actually, so I think it's moved a little bit on here. It's just a little higher. Yeah, Board of County Commissioner review and action.
This?
Down. So it's under number 4. Right, yeah, Board of County Commissioner review and action.
What are we doing there?
We're making it look like it does back on page 3.4.
So go down to the next page. In order to get final approval of the conditional use permit, the Board of County Commissioners must get rid of be able to meet the required and just say make the findings specified in the subsection.
Make what be?
Yeah. And then get rid of conclusions of law and so you're essentially like make the findings specified in the subsection.
Subsection?
Yeah.
This subsection is not true.
Mhm.
Okay, and then we're leaving in this business about additions. Is that right? I had not offered to change that at all. That's holdover language.
No, and then I had also recommended, similar to that added paragraph, before, or, well, not paragraph, but the added language in the zoning change that the applicant for a conditional use permit is responsible for demonstrating that an application satisfies the required findings. If the Board of County Commissioners determines that an application does not satisfy these findings, the Board of County Commissioners shall make specific finding as to the application's deficiencies and deny or table. Yeah,
Where's this going?
just right on the end there.
Go pick it up where we did it first.
Yeah. So it's the same exact language that we added. Right here, we're just saying, except instead of zoning district amendment, just say, conditional use permit. Where is that? Three something.
Page 3-4 is where we.
Yeah, 3-4.
So this?
Yeah. That is 5-8. 5-8.
Excuse me.
Up one.
Oh, the page 5. Okay. Where am I putting it? Under this?
Yeah, right there.
As its own paragraph or?
No, just after the county.
And then change it to?
Conditional use permit. Good. Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. Good catch. No, sometimes we read these and we think, why is this different here? And it should not be. Okay. So then the rest of those on page 5-8, the individual or
Should 5A be changed then?
I'm saying page 5-8.
Yeah, but on 5-8, 5A, should that be changed?
Yes.
To reflect what we have above.
Well,
Okay,
we would
well,
have a
well,
site
well,
plan on this, right?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Oh, yeah.
This is true. This is different.
It is, yeah.
Should we automatically
May
require
include buildings.
buildings? Would that be helpful for our?
If you need site plans. it's very specific.
Well, right, yeah, because like, I guess not all conditional uses have buildings, but if they do, we need to know where they're at.
Well, it says and or, this is old language, and or survey maps as required.
I don't. I think that's fine, I mean,
I left it alone.
so,
Okay.
There is a difference. We're now talking about a specific thing.
also, I'm at the point where we should include surveys with everything, so.
Well, that's what you had said
You put a
earlier.
barn.
Well,
So many people like to build on other people's properties.
well, all fence lines are always on property lines.
Oh, right, yeah. It's not the survey, that was the other, whatever.
Okay, I'm on this list under item 5. The screening and things, I mean, that was, I don't know why it wasn't on this list originally. I'm not lobbying for it. Should it be? That was one that we kicked off the other list because it was premature.
Yeah, I think the screening it is on this list, right?
Yeah, screening
It's not
buffering.
like, well,
Yeah, it's down farther, and it should be,
That's
yes.
appropriate. Very good. Then continuing to the next page, I think item 13 has been replaced by the tinkering we did up above. Yes.
Yes. I think the only suggestion I had there was under leap. So I guess what will be the new number 1, leapfrog or strip patterns of development. If you could just capitalize
That's how we've been doing this.
yeah.
Sure. Good. Shows we're attentive to detail.
Is Is there a reason for the order that these are in, or is it merely that nobody wanted to put these in alphabetical order? Kind of strange the way it hops around, but
We could rearrange it, and that's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it would look like somebody knew what they were doing.
Do we want to, I mean, I won't do it right now.
Is there an obvious organization that is kind of topical or alphabetical?
Well, I see some of it where it looks like it was in order, and then at some point, something just dropped in.
It's like air quality, water quality, those are kind of similar. Separation of uses, screening and buffering, and it's probably,
Similar.
I mean,
Traffic, parking.
nuisances, traffic. Exterior light, I don't know.
Well, let's,
I don't know how you guys want to do it.
what's a reasonable order? Let's just get rid of it right here. I would think maybe
You want to get rid of this right here?
Yeah, we have that covered.
yeah, we just need to let's read that.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Yes,
Chair, yeah, I saw 13 as being E, not on this list. Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
you know, we've come in A, B, C findings necessary for approval. I would have seen what is currently 13 that you just took out as being on the list as E.
Oh, I think our conclusion was that we had brought that language forward up front that said you have to demonstrate this, or we'll tell you why you did.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, it's under 4.
So it's back up by under 4 now. That was or 4. If you're seeing the screen, but that was the change that we brought forward from the earlier discussion. But now, right up front, we make that point that we used to be.
I get what you're saying now. Yeah, I can see why you're.
We haven't lost the thought by any means. Does that sound reasonable?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand now why the change was made. Forgot that it had been brought from where it was in 13 up above. So I'm fine. I'm good.
That gets us to the end with the exception of the charge. And this was something you brought up, Mr. Kennedy, of our suggestion here was again to separate conditional use permits, variances, tower permits from this whole zoning business. But what we may have thrown out with the bathwater is a required timeline for addressing zoning district amendments. Is that concern?
Don't think we did. I think that's mentioned earlier.
Well, we had the things about the notice and the public hearings and so forth, but we have to act on the request in some particular amount of time.
By statute, I think we do.
I'm sorry.
For a zoning change.
Okay.
If someone comes in looking for a zoning district amendment, what controls, can we put it on the back burner for 5 years, or do we have to respond?
So yeah, the zoning change is, our zoning district amendment, rezoning, whatever you want to call it, is not defined by statute whatsoever or provided for. So really the only thing that they could get you under is under the Wyoming Administrative Procedure Act. You can seek judicial review for administrative inaction. And
Just a big umbrella.
I don't know exactly what that is. I know at the federal level, that's like 2 years at least until it arises to the level of inaction.
I was okay with it, but since you brought it up, I'm wondering if that's something I think we need to find a home for.
I think to avoid confusion, I think it's reasonable to place the same limits that we have on other items, and that kind of eliminates any a claim someone might have for inaction if we have a similar timeline to what's required elsewhere.
But I also like, because the problem is, then you can work with, if you don't put that back end timeline on yourself at 45 days, you can table it for a while until you get, sort of the application that is required from an applicant, if need be.
Could we could put that wording in too.
And I have that language in subdivision permits but it defines it to unless agreed upon by both parties, whereas this could be a little more unilateral.
Yeah.
I don't like these, if we sit on our hands, it just automatically happens. But I'm sympathetic to the, we can't sit on our hands for 2 years, so.
I mean, I imagine at the local level, probably
Yeah.
6 months would be a much more.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Oh, yeah, for inaction.
but do we want to require action in the absence of which some decision is made by default, as does happen for subdivisions, right?
Subdivision, yes.
So we agree with the statute, unless we agree with the, that's the statute. Well, actually, I'm happy to leave it alone, but there's a question that was raised and so on.
And also, Mr. Chair, since the zoning district amendment is no legislative decision, and I have case law supporting that. At that point, the impetus is really completely on the commission and your desires, if that makes any more sense.
So that it is appropriate that we exercise some discretion in how quickly we move on. I'm comfortable with that because, for example, if we deny it, we have obligated ourselves to say where those deficiencies lie. And then the applicant comes back and cured those deficiencies.
Essentially, that's saying that to delay action means that you have to find a deficiency then, though, was the inference that I took from what you just said. Where what I took from what Matt said was we don't necessarily have to act within a certain time. But if I were appearing before us wanting something, I'd like to know what I need to correct to move forward, or that my request is out of line and I can move on. I don't want to be hung up coming here every month for 6 months with an application that it's not clear to me what my deficiency is.
But I think those are two separate issues. We have, if it comes before us, and we review it and we find it deficient, we have required ourselves to say why it's deficient.
Yes.
So I think we've
Which can result in just denial or tabling.
Yeah, but I think the affirmative thing here is that we're not allowing ourselves to say, "Yeah, we don't like it." We have to say why, what the problem is. So I think that piece is covered. It's what's missing would be, and we promise to take this up again at our next meeting or something. So we have obligated ourselves.
Okay, I'm happy leaving it because somebody can always definitely table rather than just table.
Okay, talk us through that.
So we have the discussion with an applicant. We see these deficiencies. Tabling doesn't say anytime, just tabling, doesn't say when you're going to take something up. But if I table, definitely, in other words, this will come up at our next regular meeting.
Wouldn't it be essentially that you're tabling it until such time as the applicant has cured
Yeah.
these deficiencies?
Well, and I guess that's a parliamentary way to place a limiter and give them a timeline to come back with a corrective plan.
Well, and then then it's completely in their court.
Yeah,
Okay, so there's enough language here to give them the, certainly too strong a word, but the guidance. that needs
Yeah.
to- Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I will accept a motion to approve the amendments as processed today. And could we go immediately to 30 days?
Mr. Chairman, I so moved.
I will second for discussion, as we said earlier. One, I wanted to look at the calendar.
Yeah, and we'll have to publish in the newspaper, and we obviously can't get it in today, so.
Yeah, I also want like just one last look, to make sure that that document has, sorry.
I guess I'm trying to get it cleared of our desk. Would it be fair to
Just to make sure that
to come out of this
Yeah.
meeting
there are a few places where we need to
with
format.
approval for distribution, subject to final editorial review by staff?
Yeah, I think, well, at the commissioner's level, it's usually just a motion to direct staff to publish the amendments.
Now let's talk.
So that's a necessary step, so when's the commissioners next?
Well, this would just be
You would
for
have to come
us.
back to us.
Just for us.
Yeah,
Yeah, because then we have to take it to
Yeah.
them and then.
So what, the process, if I understand it, we will put this out for 30 days. Then we will have a public hearing of this body. At that point, we may certify it, if that's the right word, onto the board, and then they will have to go through their process. Right. Okay, so let us understand the motion to be.
Yeah, this has to be published by Monday for us to work to formally act on it next month.
We get it that way. Is that possible?
That's,
yeah, I think so. Or, I don't know.
As long as I can get it in the paper this weekend, so, which I think Thursday is okay, as long as we get it in the morning. Is that right, Joe?
Well, let's see what we can do. And
I
if
can't
this is this cycle, we'll catch the next one. I don't know that it's worth a special meeting to make it in 30 days instead of 58.
We could also just change our next meeting date. Just push it back a week or, I don't know.
I think we could probably, as long as I can get it in the paper tomorrow morning, I think we can get it published this weekend, so.
Good.
Which would give us, if you said it's Monday is the 30-day mark, so.
yeah, that'd be the 15th and the next meeting is the 14th.
So,
Okay, sweet. Okay, now do we need to restate the motion?
Well, I'll just say, the nature of my motion was to agree that we've got something that we agree on here.
Okay,
We could push
yeah,
forward.
I think as Mr. Harris characterized, directing staff to proceed
Yes,
to publish for 30-day and bring it back to us. That's
for formal hearing.
for public. Okay, are we all clear on that? Mr. Kennedy?
Think you wanted a second somewhere in there.
Well, I thought you seconded it.
Yeah, you seconded it.
Discussion.
I
It was a weak
seconded
second, but, all right, we were discussing the motion.
It's not like a second to me, I was right here.
We heard it. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion of that motion? Further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Kennedy, how do you?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Aye.
Mr. Platt?
Aye.
Mr. Hinckley votes aye. Thank you, gentlemen. We are making progress. Now, should we take a short break before we dive into our next assignment? I declare it so. I don't know if that's Robert's rule. We'll do it unless you guys are 5-minute recess.
So I guess, when would that go out? Oh, well, I guess, so when does the link need to be created that would go out in the?
We're good to go at this end. Jeff, you ready to roll?
I am ready.
Okay. All right, I am looking at a July 12, 2022 memo from Mr. Ayers, which is the cover for a markup of the planning and subdivision resolution. So if Mr. Ayers would like to give us a plenary remark, or should we just dive into our page by page?
Dive in, I think, Mr. Chair.
If it's acceptable to everyone, we'll just repeat this process. Okay. Need me to find it? Just to restate my understanding how we got here, one was that we had a specific request from the board to separate the preliminary plat, final plat. And in responding to that, Mr. Ayers also took the opportunity to bring us up into full compliance with state statutes. So a worthwhile effort. We can all feel more comfortable going forward with defensible regulation.
It just chooses what it's going to be whenever you go through.
Microsoft gods. A little bird offering might be appropriate.
So obviously, a big thing is that David's really, I think, his biggest concern was taking out the Roman numerals and using Arabic numerals for the page numbers.
I don't know. Okay, I'm on page 11, where we see references to statutes. If there's anything to which you'd like to draw our attention here, Mr. Ayers, please do. I didn't find anything.
No, this is just really clean up under section 1, section 2. This was these were David's suggestions, the added purposes.
Citing back to statute in this case. Those words are
Yeah.
statute, right? Public health.
And then providing for the logical and efficient infrastructure. So section 3.
Is that term logical and efficient infrastructure? Is that statutory term?
No.
Okay.
But really with subdivisions.
It's a good term.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, the approval of subdivisions is also, because it's such a large decision, legally, it's also considered akin to a legislative decision, which I thought was interesting. So there is considerable, I guess, deference afforded to counties and subdivision.
But harking back to the zoning resolution we just fixed, that discretion is exercised within very clear sideboards.
Yes.
So,
Mm.
okay.
And statute.
And that's all the case laws and the change in the statute.
Mhm.
Okay.
So yeah, under section 3, we had in there before that that those land divisions shall comply with the Albany County zoning resolution, but in 18.5.201A, it prohibits using minimum lot size requirements or otherwise. Basically, you can't use zoning to also prevent these exemptions. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Which is statutory. You're just making it clear.
Yeah, because it almost seemed like we could through the zoning regulation.
Well, I mean, in the statutes only changed like a few years ago for this provision specifically, because it didn't say that before, but then with some of the changes with the family exemption, they made this change as well. So they made the family exemption 10 years, and they have to hold it for 10 years, and they can give a piece of property that's 5 acres or more to their kid, and then they have to hold it for 5 years. But it used to be 5 and 1, but with that change, they also added this at the same time, basically saying that, you know, because I think the counties were trying to use zoning to limit that. And then somebody didn't like that, and then
Just to
the
limit the
legislature made the
family.
change. What's that?
To limit the family exemption.
No, they didn't like that. Well, yeah, they didn't like that counties were limiting family exemptions through zoning. And so they made it clear that no exemptions, zoning, they're exempt from zoning, they're exempt from subdivision stuff. So
Yeah, you can thank Teton County.
is that who it was?
Yeah, I got to live through that, so.
Yeah.
So we're rather like state lands, exempt lands, so they get to do whatever they want. We can't zone state lands.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't, there's no limiting factor of zoning when it comes to these family exemptions and other state exemptions. Yep. And private schools.
This was next to that, but no, it wasn't the private school, because I was there for that too.
Yeah, I know. That was just the weirdest thing I ever seen. It's like, I don't know. It just shows you that Wyoming's just one big small town. You go to complain to your legislator and they take it and just change the rules for the entire state,
Oh, well,
you
look
know?
at the-
It's like, this makes no sense.
The city and the university's water dispute, it's totally that's what the law says, we're gonna change the law.
Yeah.
Did it? Okay, moving right along.
Yeah, so really, throughout this entire section 3, that is just statutory language verbatim.
You just updated everything.
Any questions on any of that? And
I actually read that statute, and I think there should be a site in there because of the way there was a lot of wording about LLCs or entities that were non-natural persons and percentages of who qualified for that exemption, under the family exemption. So essentially, if you had a shareholder, you had 5% or more. It was enlightening. I had never read it before.
Yeah, so the language is here. The land shall have been entitled in the name of a grantor or the name of a trust controlled by a grantor for a combined period of, well.
And then
part of it.
There's a percentage one.
there's more language later though about non-natural persons.
Where the owner is a business entity,
Yeah.
80% of ownership.
Oh, here.
interest or shares.
Yeah, this
It's right here.
I think this got changed after I wrote.
moving target. What's a non-natural person?
It's right there though.
An LLC, a corporation.
Matt, is this it?
Okay, natural is the word we use to.
Yeah.
Created.
Is he?
The general term person.
Well, it should be under, there's A, B, C, D.
Yeah, no, that's the.
Oh, no, A, B, C, D, E. Oh, yeah.
United. So,
Yeah, we have that under E.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it's-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So was this an addition or was this something that was in here? Because it, like on here, on our.
That was already in there, I guess. So I don't know.
that's been there.
I don't know, it's hard to keep up with the state. They keep changing stuff.
I think that had been in there a while. I just had never
Never read it. Yeah.
read that. And I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
okay.
that stuff comes up all the time with these
Yeah.
exemptions, honestly, so it's not like.
And that also would not be surprising because 18.5.306, which is the minimum requirements. So I did have a draft and then a new 18.5.306 went into effect after I had already completed all of that. So
So they better hurry or they're gonna change it again.
So you're happy with it as it currently stands?
It's not so.
So section 5.6 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's just clerical.
The section 9 repealed, is it in the format to say what was repealed? Again,
Statute does it, but I
don't think we do that.
don't think it's necessary for our purposes.
Okay, so you struck that.
Yeah, so I struck that and
Right there.
renumbered.
Did we need, on that page, I had circled board, did we define what capital B board was?
Yes.
I got a number of definitional things. that I was
Yeah, so I have board in the definitions under chapter 2.
looking for. So that'll.
Yeah, the definitions are all in chapter 2. It's just wouldn't it be more appropriate to have the definition before we have,
What we're talking about.
or I'm looking at Matt.
All right. We could just switch 1 and 2.
You know, honestly, I don't know if it matters. Like, there's a lot of regulations I see that they put all the definitions in the very back. So like,
Oh, that's actually a good point.
I don't
that's
think
true.
it matters, but
That's true.
if you want
That's
it.
true. I'm just so used to
Right.
the
Most
most
counties.
format that it's always at the start of a chapter.
Yeah. It's a matter of preference.
I think, yeah, that's up to this commission's discretion.
Happy to leave it alone. Does somebody want to make a affirmative
I don't really care.
Not
That's
unless,
doing it,
not
so.
unless he wants to do it.
Okay.
Change the formatting.
Friends like these.
I'm over on penalties. It struck me that we saw this all again over on page 3, 4. Right.
Well, yeah, so it's like we had the platting penalty in this section, and then I think it was again later on. And the false statement or misrepresentation, I just moved that down into a single penalty section.
Okay.
Because previously it was its own section, and then so yeah, before it was section 11, false statement or misrepresentation penalty. And then below that was a penalty section. So I just collapsed those two into one. And then the platting penalty does make sense because it's not a violation of the subdivision regulations.
Okay. Okay, just make my way through my own notes, all right?
Section 11 variances. I don't know, David, did you have a pitch for this?
A pitch.
Getting rid of it?
Yeah, I mean, variances are like a kind of a, it's like you wish you had them when you don't have the option, but then when you do have the option, it just makes everything a pain at the same time. It's just because, like Joe had a couple projects where like, we don't like any of this stuff. We don't want to follow the rules. So is there a variance process? Yep, there is. Okay, let's do that. And then it's like, okay, yeah, you can't do this, and this is you guys, and we
That's
send
like,
it
I
back.
recommend denial of the
You know,
variance.
it's like, so it's really, I know one of our past county attorneys hated variances, and they didn't want anything to do with them, we didn't put them in anything, you know?
Peggy or?
No, predecessor, but.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't really like them, but at the same time, they do have a, you know, variances do have a function. I don't know. So I don't really have a pitch to leave them or to keep them, because
But the suggestion that we're having here is to not allow variances? Is that?
Also,
I think
we
you
also
make
would
them
have to
very
be,
strict.
I mean, I think it's fine leaving it in there, but you also have to be careful, because if the requirement is under 185306, we can't authorize variance on that, because we have to ensure that any subdivision meets those minimum standards.
sure.
But when it comes down to like road design, then that is where variance could be appropriate.
Well, and that's where maybe we should just focus a variance for road design standards and not worry about everything else, you know? I don't know.
The most common variance is block size.
Lot size?
Block size.
Block size?
Yeah, so maybe that needs to be changed.
Well, maybe it's just we need to update our standards so they fit what really happens.
So,
Okay, so that sounds like we're straying a bit from
Yeah.
this document, but we are trying to clean it all up, so.
It's the same document, it's just different. section.
I don't have any.
We have not
Comments on
previously
what
discussed the
needs to
possibility of not allowing variance.
okay, yeah.
And this could be something we come back to and just address the variance process, but we can just leave it the way it is and the updated language. I have no problems with that.
And I'll just
So,
be careful. I mean, I've only seen one variance in the year I've been here, but
haven't we done one, how many we done?
I think so.
Two or?
Thoughts on the question, I have no objection to the idea of variances, some flexibility in special circumstances.
Yeah, and I think staff can encourage applicants that if it has to be something that is in its, if you want to print the page up for them so they're clear on what would constitute a variance that would merit consideration too. So as to not burn all of your time and our time on something that's just way out of bounds.
And what I would say is, yeah, I mean, that's, when we do show them what the requirements are, there's the folks that, you know, the professionals that understand what they're doing and understand the process. You know, if they ask for a variance, it's for a really good reason. You know, it makes sense. You know, it's the folks that have a piece of property and I want to buy this, you know, that come in, have no clue about any of this process. And then they're like, well, I don't like that. Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to turn an application? Why do I have to pay a fee? Oh, there's a variance process? Well, I don't want to do this, and this. And, you know, that just makes it problematic. But again, I don't have anything inherently against, I guess, variances. I think they do have a purpose. It's just, it's hard when you get those folks that don't understand it and want to use this. We try to persuade them just to follow the regulations. And then, yeah, it just.
We have regulations for a reason.
Yeah.
And we have broad discretion on granting variance.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
yeah.
they proceed at their risk.
There's nothing wrong with this. I'm just complaining about
Okay. Moving along.
Okay.
I had the comment towards the end here, and it's back to the definitional list. As I'm reading these, somebody tell me, what does that mean? We talked repeatedly about, in this case, submission of the preliminary plat and report. small R report. What is this report? We need to give it a name, the preliminary plat report or something.
Well, the preliminary plat's just the map. So the report is all of the information
All
and
of the
application.
narrative that
Right, so I guess I should read it as the preliminary plat report. Or the what report? You haven't told me by this point as I'm reading this sequentially.
I mean, do we just want to say preliminary plat and preliminary report?
Well, that's, I'd like
I mean, that way it defines the report. You know, there's specific things you're gonna get in this report, you know?
that's what I'm fishing for, is something that defines what is this thing called report, and then I can look over my definitions and see what you're talking about.
Oh, well, so yeah, I have it defined elsewhere as the preliminary plat and preliminary report. That's two different things. And
Yeah,
the reason I went with preliminary report is because that was actually already an existing term under the subdivision resolution.
can we just add that word preliminary plat?
So he's just talking about
Preliminary
every
report.
I understand that.
It
I
doesn't
just
have
want
that
that
there, so.
Maybe throw in the word preliminary again.
And preliminary report.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Report is such a vague. Okay, that was just the comment I had. reading through there.
Okay. Definitions.
Boy, I mean, it's to do this. You just preliminary plat. We define that. Report, I mean, there's just a lot of definitional things that I came upon. So I want large acreage subdivision could all benefit by being in the definitions section. Is there any reason not to load this up with all the terms that our dear reader is going to find as they proceed?
I mean, I'll just comment that
Is it large acreage?
when someone comes in and they ask about something and they're really wanting to know what something means, or, you know, provision means or whatever, it's like, I go to the definitions, and when there's not a definition, then it's like, okay, so we just go with what we feel here. So yeah, I am all for adding as many definitions as possible. So.
So this may be we're not going to be completely done here, but I'd like to see a definition of preliminary plat and preliminary report.
Sounds reasonable to me.
And I'd like to, and large acreage subdivision, and I just combed them out as I went along. So I've been accumulating list of things that I think could be usefully defined.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if
If
we,
you guys are receptive to, let's just pick
Yeah.
those up as we go.
okay. So far we have,
Preliminary plat, preliminary report. And does plat itself need a definition?
I wouldn't
Plating.
think
is already-
so. I mean,
Plating. Okay.
do you think plat, is anyone confused about what a plat is?
Well, I wouldn't mind having
Yeah.
It's hard for us to say.
defining a plat and what a surveyor record is, for record of survey or whatever, because like, to me, I define plat differently than some people do. I define it, a plat basically as the document that's approved by the county to create a subdivision. Now, that's different from a record of survey, which is used to do like exemptions, you know? I think it would be good to define those things to separate those different types of.
Do we define Mylar, that kind of stuff?
Mylar is just what preliminary plats, you could, Mylar is just the material you plant.
Well, here's what I would suggest. If there's a question about what we should or should not have the definition, let's have the definition.
That's why.
Okay.
I think it would be helpful, so.
Okay. So let's just hold that thought as we move along, and we'll build
Build a list.
And then the invitation to you. What needs defined, but I was plat. Unless you think the definition somehow corrals you in a manner which you are uncomfortable with.
I mean, for a few of these, like preliminary plat, preliminary report, final plat, application for subdivision permit. feel like I would just say, see this page.
They're kind of already defined.
Well,
Sections or?
no, well, and it's, yeah, they are, but that's fine. We can bring those forward. It's also, I don't know, those are just the labels that I came up with for terminology in order to promote the process that I had envisioned, so.
Okay, I'm happy to move forward.
Okay.
Just keep that thought alive as you move. I thought sewage should be wastewater, but then I went back and I realized you took that straight from DEQ, so. Wastewater, so everything, gray water, black water, everything else. But then I realized that we had used their words. So I had nothing. Others, as we're paging along.
For definitions.
Let's define anything on definitions that caught your attention.
No, Mr. Chairman?
And subdivision, it struck me as a bit circular to define subdivisions as the creation of which constitutes a subdivision of land. Look at that one for a second, if you would.
That's statutory, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there were both reproach, of course.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I see why they added that,
Okay,
because there are subdivisions which are exempt and they don't constitute subdivision of land in a regulatory sense.
okay.
I always thought, I think it's weird that they include subdivision or including mobile home parks or courts. Because like, you're not subdividing land, you're creating leasable lots. And so there's still one parcel, you know? But I think they used it that way because it was under the subdivision statutes maybe at one point. I don't know, it just, they didn't include campgrounds too at one point. But I don't know. All that, the statutory language just, yeah, it's a mess.
Okay. That's all I had on definition. Others? Okay, sing out, Mr. Fine. We're going away from it. Chapter 3.
Okay. Planning requirements. So really all this is just from section or title 34, chapter 12, article 1, which is the planning requirements. I did have suggested language that no subdivision shall be required to be consistent with the land use plan unless the applicable provisions of the land use plan have been incorporated into this regulation. Because we kind of have to square away that 3512-103, which does say that to the extent practicable, the board shall ensure that a plat application is consistent with any applicable city and county land use or comprehensive plan within the added language of 98301, that no land use or development.
So we're kind of conceding the first point in order to honor the second, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's consistent with what we just did over on the zoning side.
And, you know, it would have been nice if they could have changed that statutory language as well, but
Yeah. The board shall consider the city or town's comments. So we've had that discussion. What consider means, maybe this isn't the place to define that. Any further thinking on that? At least 20 business days prior to the scheduled final consideration. Does that happen?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
It seems to be that we East at Planning and Zoning, we see the city's comments at the time they're considered.
Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, and that's gonna be final consideration of the plat, so that'd be your final plat.
Yeah.
A lot of times you're seeing the preliminary plat as well. So you.
So we have considered it because we saw it first go.
Well, and
But the way we have it structured,
the
if
board,
it's-
the board of county commissioners is who has to consider her. That's what this statute provides.
if it's a small subdivision, then you'd be running those. Sure.
Parallel.
Yeah,
If they give us the information, we provide it to the cities.
And this is statutory, the 20 days. Okay, so
Yeah, that's just language right there.
okay, then, yeah, I guess we kicked that one around. We'll have to just decide whether what we do meets the statute or not. In terms of the language here, the board shall ensure that a plat would be more appropriate to find that the plat, and I'm going back to some of your terminological changes in the previous resolution. The shall ensure language.
yeah, that's statutory
That's
as
it,
well.
okay.
So
That
I
seems to be
don't,
the trump card in all this. Okay,
because, yeah, that's the thing with this 34. 12-103 is, that's really statutory mandates that we don't have much discretion over.
and that's true of item 1. So now we're back in the soup, are we? Consistent. So striking 1?
No, but they did not change this language when they changed the language in 98301 and also 185203. So obviously that'll come down to judicial construction of statute. Using your rules of construction where everything has to be read as a whole, giving effect to each portion therein. So it would really, in my opinion, ultimately what the court would rule is that that to the extent practical, lessens that shall. Or actually, I guess it basically puts all of this in frame that that language that you can't use a land use plan unless the provisions have been incorporated into the resolution. It almost makes that impracticability of consistency with the city and county land use or comprehensive plan. Was not a great explanation.
Well,
My apologies.
right, I mean, there's no, so I picture this as one of these things that we've been trying to get away from, where we're reading, or you have to do that, and then there's this little opinion from county attorney. Please ignore the statute, such and such, or it's been, well, you've moved by.
And part of the reason for that inconsistency is the single subject rule and going around to other statutes, and that almost always comes up when the legislature has discussions, when you bring in multiple titles into a bill. That's, I'll almost guarantee somebody in committee will bring up single subject rule. And so, how are they all tied together? Well,
They are.
they're gonna someday somebody will come in and get both of that fixed. So when they address a single subject, they may not necessarily find every other statutory reference that might affect that. So that's my attempt to make that even grayer.
So somebody comes in and says, it said you were supposed to do this, and you didn't do it. Then I guess they have this conversation with you and you.
And it also says over here that we can't do
Yeah.
that. So,
So our advice is suck it up, everything about it. Beyond the language that you have added up above, I mean, where you've honored the affirmative decision of the legislature last year. So then we have built in two statements that are completely contradictory.
yes.
Okay. And our advice is live with it. You offer us no way out, I guess there's no.
I don't. There will need to either be something that gets to the Supreme Court, or hopefully before that, the legislature does something. Mr. Kennedy, can you add that to?
Yeah, here it is.
That's not in my beta.
I'm sure they all
I
listen to
can
it.
refer you to someone who can bring it up for the realtors.
And in our staff reports, we will have a little disclaimer of some kind. It's kind of what we've been doing.
Well, yeah, and
I guess it just seems to me like we ought to acknowledge the contradiction at least somehow, instead of just hoping nobody notices.
I know. That's kind of how our baby went too.
yeah, I mean, do we even?
We have no reason to add something in to make Matt go to court a little.
As far as adding this in, I think that, in my opinion, that
Well, no, I'm not saying about adding this in. We don't need to try and square this circle ourselves, because that just invites more work for Matt.
So even what the statute saying.
And I mean, plating is really more of a purpose of, well, never mind.
Okay, so I guess I'll get off my soapbox, but it goes to the heart of this whole discussion and the whole thing we did with the zoning resolution. But all right. Moving along.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rural addressing, oh, this was David. He wanted that out. That's done in conjunction with the zoning certificate.
And zoning certificate's on my list of, let's bring that definition, bring it across.
Okay.
Okay. Sound okay?
Recording of notices for contract for deed. Oh, this was something that we had somewhere else. But I thought it fit better in, obviously, this chapter, which deals with platting, recording of plats.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so moving on to check, section 6, amendment of recorded plats. This was, from David.
Several places it suggests that we move directly from planning department to the board. Is that, I don't object to that, but this isn't something that would come through P&Z. Is that the intent?
So these are based on statute, and they didn't include planning and zoning for, and this is how we've done it. That's how we are doing it now. So it's not coming from the planning department to the board of county commissioners is the process currently established.
And that's essentially pro forma once you've reviewed the engineer's review.
Right, really, we're just looking at these are things that aren't going to affect the bigger picture. You're not adding roads, you're not, doing further subdivision. It's lot line adjustments and, yeah, those types of things. And honestly, like when we require, so if somebody wants to, like, we have a situation right now or a project in the office where it's in a platted subdivision, the guy, I think he must have built something on somebody else's property, and so they're adjusting the property line. Well, it requires an amended plat. And so we're just moving the line like, 20 feet or whatever. And so it's not something that's going to be a huge difference. And so we just make sure that that's done properly, take to the board. They have to sign off on it because they're doing the amendment. That's it. But I mean, those could be changed. That's just not how it's ever been done.
There's nothing we could usefully add.
I don't think so.
Perfect. Yeah, it would show up on their consent agenda.
Well, it's not necessarily consent, but they do look at it and approve it at the board, but it's an item. Yeah.
Good. That's the question I had there.
Okay.
Other thoughts on section 6, gentlemen? Okay.
Section 7. Believe that is also just added statutory language. And then section 8, this section was just moved down from the general penalties to specific penalties for platting. And our enforcement provision, that was also, I don't believe that we had that in there to begin with. And since we have our statutory enforcement provisions elsewhere in this document, I added that down. On chapter 4, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is where we had to split it up, or this is where it gets substantive. Should I go over my thinking on why we had to approach it this way, or does everyone remember that well enough?
I do, but
I'm fine.
Okay, I think I'm square.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we had this discussion last time about my concern of trying to give people do as little as possible to hit a fatal flaw. And I guess the resolution there, so if we want to address this in that more general way, I was concerned that we were requiring an awful lot of them at this preliminary stage. And the cursory discussion we had last meeting was that, yeah, but that's kind of has to be. Further thinking on what could be responsibly moved into that final plat that would help them get to, if there is a no, get it to less expensively.
I mean, I think my thinking ultimately is that at some point, in order to get the permit, they're going to have to do all of this anyway. But I don't know. I mean, it's a balancing act, and I suppose that really comes down to what the members of the commission really want to see at that first round. Because, if we take that out and put it with the final, then we don't get that at the front. So I don't.
Had there been any other thinking? One of the points that we just went through on zoning was, please ask us for a zoning change all alone, because if you don't get that, you're wasting your money. And I think that's favorable to a developer to let them know that it's not going anywhere with this. So that was my thought, was to bring that philosophy forward. But I don't have anything specific to suggest. Did others have a comment on that?
I don't either. I kind of assume that if you try to solve the proposal, you sort of sock yourself in for a certain amount of money to get through, whether it's in one piece or two pieces. You're getting ready to buy the bullet either way.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy, any thoughts on that kind of philosophical point?
Well, I'd go back to what Matt just said about that balancing act. I think in many respects, the preliminary plat should be the necessities before we go through on where we've actually split the process. Those things that are just a clear, oh, no, you need to stop and rethink this and submit another preliminary plat. And that's also connected to the zone because we want 2 acre lots or 5 acre lots. So yes, I would want to know if the final plat was going to be rejected, but there's some questions that, and a fair amount of costs that I, as a developer, I wouldn't want to incur if I already know the answer is going to be no. So.
Well, like the water rights kind of, as I was just going through it, that struck me as that can be, as you know, quite elaborate, getting everything all reassigned and everything.
Well, it can be, but in that respect, I think the way it is now, if a developer really wants to go ahead, they can clearly just abandon the right. And you know, but we all know that has some value. So that's a decision for them to make, whether they want to go through the rest of the process with the state engineer's office and board of control. And we also know that if it's going to go to the board of control, the timeline's going to get quite a bit longer than some other things too.
But I need that one seems to me just to be an example of we don't need to have that all resolved for us to approve them.
For the preliminary plat,
Right.
correct.
Okay, so that maybe, I think that's in the preliminary report now. And maybe
The preliminary report, Mr. Chair, is everything but Wyoming DEQ.
Yeah.
okay, so
And the state engineer's office, correct.
State engineer's office currently is sitting in the preliminary report.
I
that's
think,
the one I was thinking.
yeah, I think that and board of control could move to the final plat because,
So the water right.
yeah, I would not, because we're talking probably as much expense, if not more, than chapter 23 for DEQ by the time I have done all my survey work and all of that on as far as water rights.
So that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking.
Yeah.
We could move over onto that final side.
Yeah.
And spare you the expense. That preliminary, you're frowning, Mr. Gerch.
No, I'm just thinking about if the state engineer's office is in the preliminary and the DEQ report is in the final, that's problematic because what happens is the applicant submits to DEQ, who then submits to the state engineer's office for their review. So they don't even get it until
But that's on,
after the DEQ gets it. So,
Well, that be the state engineer part of those chapter 23s is very tertiary. It is reassigning, right?
it's not the same as the.
right, I'm just saying if it's in the backwards in the process, that could be problematic because they don't submit anything to the state engineer's office. They submit it to DEQ, who then submits it to the state engineer's office.
And we weren't talking about the DEQ submission
Okay.
to them. We were talking about the
Just the water rights, the surface rights.
water and the groundwater rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's a whole much messier
Yes.
pile than the little piece that DEQ does, where they send it to state engineers.
So I have a question about that. So if someone abandons it, do they just tell the state engineer's office, does it have to go to border control to abandon it or anything? Or do they just say, hey, we want to abandon it, please fill out some paperwork or whatever?
A voluntary abandonment is a
Yeah.
pro forma thing.
Yeah.
Somebody has to
Okay.
take it out of the tab book, but it's.
Yeah,
I mean, I knew it was easy to do, but I just don't know what.
no,
the
that's,
process is
that's,
or whatever.
that part is, that's the only quick part of that for the 4 options that somebody has with their water rights.
And the state engineer increasingly encourages you not to do that.
Yeah,
Because we've got all these interstate agreements that hang on priority dates. So they hate to see those early priority dates abandoned, even though you might not care. So anyway, the point is, that's just a big tangled knot that I don't think we care about at this preliminary stage.
Okay.
And if there's other things
Yeah.
that we can apply that test to, I'd like to do that for the sake of our developers. Now, is that, Mr. Kennedy and I'm saying.
yeah, and
spending time
and I
with
was
this.
looking on 4.1 and section 3, there's enough time for them to meet those other requirements. Plenty of time for, what is the general timeline on getting all those water rights settled with the state? If you do it in less than 180 days, you really have your ducks in a row.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
I know border control area meets like what, once a quarter or something
Yeah,
like
they
that?
meet once a quarter, and then you've got all of the other things that have to be done first.
And the developer, if they're confident, they're going forward and they want to preserve those water rights, they're welcome to go ahead. I'm just trying to, for us to back off on what we
Yeah.
require of.
Okay.
All right, so we'll put that in the, let's,
Well, yeah,
we'll rearrange it. So
get
we'll
to those sections.
as well. Here on this first page of section 1, I was flagging the definition. There's where large acreage subdivision appears, but we agree that's on our definitional list. Then I'm reading a statement. For such proposals, a final plat subdivision permit application will not be accepted until a preliminary plat and preliminary report is approved, contingently approved, or denied. Explain contingently approved. Does that need some kind of definition?
I think just under the plain meaning, contingency is to attach conditions or with, conditions attached. So it's just approval with conditions.
So, conditionally approved. I mean, this is a new word to me. Contingently approved as opposed
Yeah.
to with conditions.
Sorry, gosh, of course I have this sorted out.
But we've always used in our office as same thing, contingent conditions.
Okay.
But yeah,
minimize the-
whatever is the best way to say it that makes the most sense. I don't know.
Well, insofar as conditional is a word that runs through these, seemingly conditionally approved would make more sense to this reader. Unless there's a reason to say
Contingently just sounds cooler.
conditional.
I mean, yeah, contingent mean dependent on or conditioned by.
May I change that to conditionally?
Yes, certainly can. That's gonna change. Yes, I mean, that'll change things throughout the rest of it, but yes.
Oh, was that contingent shows up? Oh, it does. All right.
Yeah, I think I stuck with contingent.
If folks are sympathetic to not having more terms than we need. All right, let's a search for place then. Then it talks about shall not. Chapter 23, the Department BEQ rules and rules shall not be sent, and no such report and recommendations will be accepted by the planning department. Trailers that are contingent approved or denied the preliminary plat, preliminary report when such separate review is required. That's right. Got stuck. Who's requiring that? What is, when such separate report is required?
So back to the first sentence of section 2.
That's the DEQ report.
So yeah, it's
Okay.
the preliminary plat and the preliminary report shall be reviewed separately from the final plat and subdivision permit application for subdivision proposals of more than 4 lots for such proposals. So I was just using that such.
Oh, all right. Maybe I just lost my antecedents in terms of, so I should have read it as when such separate report,
When
such separate DEQ report is required. That's the,
Uh,
I'm just asking who's going to do the requiring here?
that's actually when the separate review of the preliminary plat and final plat is required
By us,
by us. So,
when such, okay. So maybe it's when, it isn't that we made it required, we may not, it's that we will come to the point when it is required. I've got stuff like on the grammar here. It's read to me like maybe you're gonna require it, maybe you aren't.
well,
Kind of.
yeah, you don't always need a DEQ report under the way we have it structured. When such separate,
I guess I just got tangled in words, but if I'm the only one that found that troublesome, well, move on. Reading and thinking, what do I have to do?
oh, actually, yeah, we could just get rid of everything from when to required. Because actually the only time you would need a DEQ report is when we're having the separate review. So,
Okay.
I don't know where we're at.
I don't even know. I used to know.
Okay, so we're gonna say, trying to find the start of that sentence.
so yeah, it's the information is the start.
Required to be sent.
Information required to be sent to.
Well, okay, and so it seemed to me, I mean, what if we send the report to DQ, just like we do to, we ask for review by White Out and everybody else? Can't we receive the DEQ report and then we submit it to DEQ and look this over for us? That would,
We would have to have them fill out the application form, right?
So yeah,
That were the application.
with Jake. Yeah, Jake Schneider, our county engineer, he really did not like the county shall send language because we would then have to fill out a form on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. And we would become the applicant.
And
That's what he was saying.
he was concerned that we could become the applicant at that point. And
okay.
because he said it's all done electronically now through some sort of online portal.
Okay. Because that's what we're trying to do here is insert ourselves into that dialogue between the applicant and DEQ, right?
Yes, and that's addressed later.
Okay.
But yeah, Jake said just ultimately based off of the way that you send something to DEQ now, that needs to be the applicant sending it and not the county.
Which is why we're getting everything that they're gonna send during the preliminary plat. Correct? And then these guys look at it, make sure everything's that they was there, and then you're giving them an okay to send it to DEQ.
Okay.
And it does say in statute that the plan is only supposed to send, but we know that after you get done with this, you're gonna rewrite statute, right?
Well, so it says in yeah, it says in
That's
okay.
My participation on 23s is as the hydrogeologist, and so I don't actually submit them myself to DEQ, but the concept is that county asking DEQ for an opinion. Which they then give to the county saying, approve it or don't, adverse or not. So the sense of it is as you described it, and the statute actually lays it out that way.
Statute under 306, it says that upon receipt of a subdivision permit application filed with the county and prior to subdivision permit approval, the county or the subdivider shall send 3 copies of the portions of the application to DEQ for review of the safety and accuracy of the sewage and water systems. And then later in 307, it says that the Planning Commission shall receive the materials required by this article and submit a copy of the application to the Department of Environmental Quality for review as provided by 185306C, which then said it's the subdivider or the county, and then DEQ's rules and regulations say subdivider, planning and zoning, or county.
But then we've also provided here that it goes to DEQ with a note from us saying, pay special attention to page 7. So we're inserting ourselves into that process. But
we're essentially requiring the applicant to give that to DEQ.
bidding them to send it to DEQ to jump the gun on us.
Because then that throws off
because
our timelines.
Right. Okay. I appreciate the creativity of trying to do what we want to do, but it does get a bit tangled. So I'm gonna give the county my preliminary plat and preliminary report. And I'm gonna say, this is what I'm gonna send to DEQ. You don't stop me.
Yeah, if you let me.
But I can't send it till you tell me to go.
Well, and actually that's the other thing is we also structured it, even if it was denied, the preliminary plat and preliminary report, that would not prohibit them from bringing a final plat application. I think, practically it should, but there's a few concerns of that really isn't a final administrative action at that point, because there's been no denial of a subdivision permit application at that point.
Because that isn't what they filed. So all of this is kind of like the sit down with you guys early on and talking about it.
Hmm.
It's a lot more than that, but yeah.
But it's all kind of in that umbrella of you aren't really asking us the big question yet, and we are saying yes or no. That's your point. Okay. Thanks.
Derek, can you tweet when such separate review is required? So the next line after the second conditionally change, after preliminary report, when such special review is required, delete that part. Where are we? Right here.
When such separate review is required, just get rid of that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well then just to make this say what I think we're trying to make it say in that long sentence, information required, this shall not be sent to DEQ is what we mean. We're gonna send it to us. See where I am? Right after the chapter 23 rules and regulations shall not be sent.
Well, the other reason why I put that, and no such report and recommendation will be accepted by the planning department, is because sometimes they get that before, way before they even turn an application.
Okay, well, I'm just the clarification of shall not be sent. I want to say shall not be sent to DEQ. That's what you mean. They're going to send it. They're going to send it to us. I'm just clarification. Shall not be sent to who? DEQ. Is that right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, so information required to be sent to the Wyoming DEQ shall not be sent until.
Okay, I'd just like to it's slightly redundant, but will not be sent. Required to be sent to Wyoming, shall not be sent to Wyoming DEQ. I add those words just to, again, be perfectly clear who it is we're talking about sending to.
Yeah, and would you also then recommend taking out this and no such report and recommendations will be accepted?
Well, that's a slightly,
Right.
wait a minute, no, we do want to send them to us, right?
Well,
I think he's saying, and no such report that was sent to DEQ.
We're saying, don't send it to DEQ.
if they jumped the gun.
Right. We're not going to accept it if they jump the
And
gun.
if you did.
Correct.
Okay, I think that sentence could be. No such. But we,
If we're, this is just my suggestion for right now. We're gonna be coming back here on the definitions. I think this part is one of those, let's highlight this and come back to
Sleep
it.
on it and
yes,
see what we
good
need to.
suggestion. Because this really is kind of the germ of.
This is starting to resemble a committee meeting at 11 o'clock.
Yes, I,
So,
okay, fair enough. So this is on the,
I'm about there.
We're getting there.
this is a work it out. No, I totally agree with Mr. Kennedy. Okay, because we've already conceded that we're gonna have another go with this. Okay, we're not gonna come out of this meeting with something we're done. All right, that changes the complexion somewhat. All right, I'm prepared to move on. Unless other folks had comments on this whole DEQ report, where it goes, if you look at it. Okay. Section 2. No, section 4, I guess. Right?
Yeah, section 4. So, yeah, it's just, it's the same, really the same.
Just tighten it up.
Tighten it up a little bit.
Please.
Do we jump section 3 real quick? Is that 36 months? Is that statutory, or is that, what is a reasonable limit?
That was based off David's record.
Yes, statute doesn't separate preliminary and final plat.
It only envisions a single flat.
So, this is just, I think this is what the city does. I think I actually had it as like 24 months, but I don't know, like sometimes something happens between the preliminary and final.
Mhm.
So I think this is reasonable. I just think we need to have an expiration date at some point.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I don't know. It may be longer. I don't know. I think 36 months is reasonable though. I think 24 months is too quick.
okay. I
That's
would
just-
agree, and I guess my thought on that was based on some of the other things that we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years. We've had things like something end up going into probate, and then you've got the fact that you've got to have an executor doing this, or however it's happening. So yeah, 36 months is probably reasonable.
And I added this preliminary plat and preliminary report approval. Is that? Since we were saying that
Yeah.
before,
Oh, yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I just saw that one. Had to point back up.
2 places in there.
Okay. And then there's another spot there. I was just trying to cut down.
I get it. Words
Yeah.
for sure.
All right, now I'm on the bottom of page 4.2. This business, and if we have concerns. What we talked about and over the last year, to some extent as a function of the population of the Planning and Zoning Commission with all those geologists. We've been looking more carefully when we've received DEQ and expressing our concerns. And that's what this kind of harks to. But looking to the date when that expertise is not on board, we don't anticipate the Jake equivalent doing this or the Barney replacement. Or do we? I don't know. Are you trying to move that wastewater engineering position into some of the geologic side?
Not necessarily the geologic. The plan would be more the plan aspect of things. So like they would be kind of overseeing the CAP plan implementation. Kind of depends on who we get to, you know. I mean, if we got someone with a geology degree, then yeah, maybe we could do that.
Well, what I'm kind of fishing around for here is perhaps would wants the option of hiring a peer review. If it's in some sensitive area or something, because we don't have that expertise on board. It's just the vagaries of P&Z that we kind of have some of us on now. But would it be appropriate to, if we're going to make a provision for us expressing our concerns, make some provision for how we're going to develop those concerns in a professional way? And that would look something like we have in some of the CAP stuff of county. I think we've seen that elsewhere in these regulations. The county wants to hire somebody to look at this because they don't have appropriate expertise. We can do that, right? Elsewhere in our regulations.
Well, anything in, Jake can review any of this stuff. He's a professional, but I don't know.
No, but Jake would not want to run Wyoming nitrate models, for example.
Right.
And that's what we have pretty much deferred to DEQ and we haven't been entirely happy with their response. We talk about cumulative impacts and so forth, a subject that Commissioner Thine keeps bringing up, which I think are all valid concerns. How do we address those in a structural way rather than being dependent on certain individuals occupying certain positions? Concern.
So are you saying like a separate peer review for the chapter 23 besides DEQ for our?
Well, that's what this contemplates, this language at the bottom of page 4.2, is that we will somehow develop concerns that we will, This language suggests that we are not willing to just throw them to DEQ and do what they tell us. Right, that's what this is about.
Or really just to highlight for them what we want them to look at.
Particular concerns.
I mean, I don't want these regulations to be so unwieldy that no one can do anything.
Right. Well, are there other places in our larger applying the development standards and things where the county doesn't have the expertise to decide whether X, Y, Z is, whether it's windmills or nuclear waste dumps or.
Well, in our, we'll note like our tower regulations, if we need someone to do like some kind of like, I don't know, radio study or whatever to see if it's going to cause interference, I think there is a provision in there that says we can hire those with expertise to do that. I mean, we could have some kind of provision to do the same thing, you know. I would think it would be nice to have some kind of criteria to determine when we would want to do such a thing, or maybe we want to do it for all, or.
Do you have that criteria for your radio interference?
No, it's pretty much a blanket statement. It says, yeah, if we want to charge you for some other review, we can, so. But, I mean, I think, well, I don't know, I'd have to look at it. It probably does, it's probably more specific than that. I haven't read it in a while.
Matt's ready to run out of the room right
I should look it up and say, tell you what it says.
Mr. Chair, I I see this as a fairly standard practice by the county when they don't have a specific expertise, just like an engineer, just like an air quality expert. I think this language simply permits, if you will, the county to, I don't think you have to explicitly say, you guys have to go hire this expert. I think it's more a permissive statement that says, hey, the county may weigh in on it. And, you know, specifically about DEQ. And that does imply specifically something about environmental quality, you know, whether it's a geologist or environmental engineer. But it seems to me that that's what the county planning office does, you know, just by the example you just gave, and just in general would probably want to do that as a practice. I don't know that you can put it in a regulation or a, you know.
You carve out that option.
I'm concerned about having a professional review the chapter 23, or what, yeah, sorry, that the chapter 23 report without actually having a delegation agreement from DEQ, because that's almost getting in, that's running pretty close up to doing a full chapter 23 review.
Which we can do with the delegation.
Which we can do with the delegation agreement, but then that would also take DEQ out of the picture.
Well, yeah, and then some of the other language you've added later on here, it suggests that we want to have the applicant tell us about their impacts on their quality, water quality. There's quite a list of things in here, quite independent of the DEQ review, that we're asking them to talk to us.
Maybe
Yes.
we can talk to our engineering consultant and see one, you know, subdivision review by engineer and get a geological review for free.
I want to get
Oh, okay.
well, in the
I can tell you guys that you're going down this road where pretty soon it's going to have to be by a PG. So somebody with a PG in Wyoming, for instance. And that person doesn't necessarily have the expertise. I mean, we're talking about I'd like to say we're talking about a little larger problem here. And I agree with you. DEQ could delegate this problem. I, right offhand, Bern would be more knowledgeable about this, but I don't think this problem comes up in too many places in Wyoming. But it does come up in Albany. I don't know if that's good or bad, but.
It comes up in different places. When I had the conversation sort of this with Jennifer Zigmund, the water quality administrator, not surprisingly, she said, if you guys want to do these, you just go right ahead.
Yeah,
Right.
sure, that would be easy.
Well, over in the aquifer regulations, we use SSIs, but I think there's explicit provision in there. If at the discretion of the county, you want to get a peer review, you can hire one at the applicant's expense, correct? That's responsive to your point, Mr. Thine, that sure, the county can go hire anybody they want to, but to build it into a regulation, as perhaps it is in other parts of the regulation, it's putting the applicant on notice that if we are presented with a particularly complicated or controversial application, we may need some help evaluating that. And
Can we use that language in here? Is there?
we could.
I
Physically, we could.
So,
What says Mr.
Let
Davis?
me,
But the thing with that, with the SSIs for the APOZ is we do have a delegation agreement for small wastewater.
well, that doesn't really have to do with small wastewater, but it's under the zoning statutes and not the subdivision statutes, which is a different thing, right? Like SSIs have to do with the entire property and how it's going to develop. It's not just a wastewater thing. I mean, they're looking at like the vulnerable features, they're mapping those out. They're, giving recommendations on where buildings should go, where they shouldn't go. And obviously septic systems part of that, but I guess I'm just saying it's not limited to septic systems.
Or that you require, I'm over here in section 5, page 5.4, for example, there's a long list that you, quite apart from DEQ, shall at a minimum include the following. It's assessment of adequacy of the sewer system and the total number of gallons per day.
Well, is this in the subdivision?
Yeah,
So we're talking about, so that's right out of statute, right?
yeah, and that's because that's ultimately the information that you have to send to DEQ.
So we can't take that information and review it ourselves without kind of getting our wires crossed with DEQ. Is that what you're?
That's my concern, is that we don't statutorily have that power to make that determination, because ultimately it has to come from DEQ, not us. Obviously, since we're reviewing the information, that's different. We're all here already. And that's, they're not incurring any other costs than they normally would by having members of the commission look at that information and raise the flags that they see to DEQ.
Right, it's just when we hire a professional, that's when we're crossing the line.
I don't think that we have that without the delegation.
Well, I guess I'd like to see that looked into, because DEQ explicitly says,
Well, and
you can do what you want with our opinion, based on whatever other information you care to collect.
Explicitly in which sense, Bern? Explicitly, she said that to you as an administrator.
All right, but the way this, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Explicitly that there's a statute someplace that says that. Because I think the concern about we are exceeding our legal basis by hiring, when we hire a professional, let's say, just for the sake of argument, the professional comes back and has a different opinion than DEQ. So does that mean we can reject DEQ's opinion and just take the professional's opinion? Or do we start to cross the line?
Yes, it does, and that's clearly provided in statute. DEQ does not delegate to themselves exclusive authority, nor have they been given that. They are advisory, and their letter tells the county commission, here's what it looks like to us, do what you want. And when Ms. Zigman came over and talked to us, and so I didn't ask her this formal attorney general opinion, but the general concept is county can always enact stricter standards than DEQ, and the delegation agreement is built around minimum standards. You have to do this. It came up in the subject of, can the county require enhanced septics, even though DEQ might not? And the answer at the meeting that was had between DEQ and the county commissioners was, you bet. So I don't, maybe that goes over on the, let's look into that, but I don't know that I share Mr. Ayers' concern that the county can't, should it choose, decide to do a more elaborate analysis.
well,
Go ahead.
here's my opinion on what Matt said is DEQ is, in my opinion, is unlikely to grant a delegation agreement to that extent unless you're willing to assume all of those duties.
Yeah.
Is the way I would take that. And that gets back to what do we as a county have for a budget too? And DEQ is not going to want to be in a place where we basically have to choose whether we do it ourselves or let them do it. They're not going to just give us a delegation agreement that says, well, you can do this whenever you wish. It's either do it or don't do it, would be my glance of how DEQ would likely look at it too. If you want the authority to do these, they're all yours.
It sounds to me like that needs looked into rather than us trying to second guess DEQ, because the way I have understood the delegation agreement is we will allow you to authorize safe septic systems. We'll allow the counties to take on that job if they promise to meet our minimum standards. Full stop. Rather than, and they can't do anything on their own. But if this is ambiguous territory, then let's look into it. Because I'm looking at it again to chapter 5, where we list quite a long number of things that we want the applicant to tell the county. And if our posture was tell DEQ whatever it is DEQ wants, and we'll take their advice and run with it, why would we put all this stuff in our statutes? All right, thanks. Can we move that off to the work on status again? I don't.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's right for being unripe. Again, Mr. Stein, if you've got other thoughts on how we want to.
No, I'm fine with moving it along. I agree with Commissioner Kennedy. The likely response will be, fine, you guys can do it all. Hope you got a budget. I think our frustration lies in the fact that DEQ is not stepping up on an issue that's important, which is this cumulative effect, which we're seeing the cumulative effect, and we're seeing it potentially stop development in the county in a number of areas that people intend to develop and that are favorable to the county to develop.
Yeah.
So we don't want to play musical chairs is what we're trying to say to them. I would like to know more before figured out how we can address this problem. So I'm fine with tabling this for now, and this is another one we come back.
All right, maybe we proceed, see if we find other places that need help. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just, for clarification, Mr. Chair, what was the proposition?
The proposition is, well, one is just a clarification of our relationship with DEQ as suggested these amendments. And specifically, will we be in some conflict with delegation agreement should Albany County choose to require a more elaborate evaluation of water and wastewater suitability? Could be a way to say that. And again, I'm reading ahead in our draft. And a lot of this is language that's been there all along.
Correct.
So I guess my question is that the route that we want to go? Is that what planning and zoning wants to do? Do we want to start doing these reviews of all of these things? I mean, I guess I'm asking the question because if you guys don't even want to do it and there's not really consensus on that, then why are we going to move forward with it? But if we do want to look at this, then yeah. So
where I'm headed is that I envision that being at the discretion of the county. When, as per your telecommunications bandwidth conflicts, if we find ourselves in a situation where we think it's appropriate to look a little harder, cumulative impacts is the classic. Look, DEQ, in response to Chairman Gosar's letter, explicitly said, we don't do cumulative impacts. Now, he asked them to do a special one for him. Yeah, the county asked for the county. Sure. And so they did. So what I'm contemplating here, rather like on those SSIs, if there's something that is special about a particular, we would have the option of moving forward. And I think that's substantially short of saying, we're going to take all this over for you, DEQ, stand down.
Okay. So it's an optional thing. It's like, so if we got something and we're like, wow, this looks great. I think everything looks, peachy, there's no problems. But if we got something like, look, there might be some issues here, then we could do that.
That's the idea. That speaks to Commissioner Klein's concern of cumulative impacts. If somebody wants to put a subdivision out in the middle of Big Hollow, the cumulative impacts are not an issue.
I was just asking.
Want to develop down south, where we've seen a lot of development recently, we're going to we saw this in one of our applications a month or two ago, where they were at 9 or 9.5, I forget, but it was bumping up toward 10. And there's two things you can say there. One thing you can say is the model has enough uncertainty that this could have been rejected because it would get it close to 10. Now that's a professional opinion somebody has to render. The other thing you can say for sure is pretty soon it's going to be over 10. And we won't have a choice. We'll just have to say, no, sorry, you can't grant this this request because it's over 10 according to their model. Because they will come back at some point and say, oh, geez, sorry, this one went over 10. And we can discuss the reasons for that, but there's a systemic issue that will continue to get worse with time. And I don't know how you guys want to address this, but we can wait till we get there, or we can be more proactive. And obviously DEQ has said, no, we're not going to consider this problem. We do what we do. And that to me throws it on the county to consider the problem or ignore the problem until it shuts down development. So, I'm putting it out there that I can tell you as a professional, this will happen. And I can make simple analogs and we can talk about it offline if you want or something. But what I see happening is the train wreck. DEQ's washing their hands, the state's saying we don't care, throws it on to the county. County doesn't want to do anything, great. I would say in your case specifically, you could hire a professional to do this. I don't think that's anything but a short-term fix to look at these. Because now you come back to, well, our experts said it was going to be a problem. The state said it wasn't a problem. Now, what does the applicant do? That guy was in here 2 months ago, and he said, wait, you're going to stop? I'm going to be the last one? Like, you're going to cut me off? I remember that distinctly. You're going to cut me off? And we're like, no, we're not going to cut you off. But there will be somebody in the next year or two that'll get cut off. And it will be in one area, and then it will, like Commissioner Hinckley said, in Big Hollow, it'll take a while to get there. But south of town, down in Red Buttes, in that area where a lot of people are putting in very nice homes, it won't be long given the last couple things we've seen. And so I don't know what the best way to tackle this is. I'm open to suggestions. I just want to solve the problem so we don't come to that, time when we go, oh, sorry, you can't build down there anymore. The people. And some of those people are installing advanced systems. So it's not just saying to somebody, okay, now if you're going to be over 10 with this projection system, now you need to install an advanced system. That is one solution, I admit that. But, that may inhibit an activity we want. So, yeah, I'm happy to table this and move on, but I think it's a question you're going to face. And I like the radio interference analog. Some guy comes in and says, hey, this message with my cell phone, right? And that's the only phone I have. How am I going to call the ambulance if this radio tower doesn't let my phone work? Then oops, who's liable now? And I can see a developer coming in and being pissed off when we say no. And who's liable for that? Is the county liable for saying no? I mean, if you wait till DEQ's model says, oh, no, I'm sorry, you went over 10. Now, is DEQ liable? Who is that developer seek satisfaction from? I wouldn't want it to be the county.
This sounds, and it occurs to me that this issue preemption of DEQ is in the pending lawsuit. So there may be some judicial direction coming on this. I don't know.
Well, Judge Cricken's last full day is tomorrow.
Probably
Judge Cricken is a very, very industrious person, so I would imagine that she would be trying to get an order out on that before she leaves.
All right, well, just given the hour, perhaps the best use of our remaining time would be to poll the audience. Are there other things in this package that you'd like to bring to our attention at this kind of a conceptual level? I've got a variety of distributors of definitions and odds and ends of things that I flagged as I read through it. But is there anything else that sticks out? I would ask my colleagues that we give these guys direction, and then we'll decide how we want to move forward. We're obviously not going to get through our agenda today. Do we need to do a special meeting? We want to let some of these things ripen. We need to get to Mr. Platt's suggestions at some point. Not tonight, just move forward.
I don't have anything.
I'm looking through because I thought I had a couple in there.
Were there, for example, anything else that struck any of you as being more appropriately put into the final pile, like we talked about water?
For myself, I thought most of this was very straightforward, and I assume was following statutory language. So nothing jumped out to me that was unusual.
Financial assurance was one that I tentatively thought perhaps that didn't need to be part of the preliminary. Over on page 514. Go ahead.
I agree with that. We don't require, is it supposed to be required for the employment?
Yeah, I just put everything but DEQ in preliminary.
Oh, you did.
Well, I mean, that's ultimately your decision. It's not. I was anticipating that we would have to have this conversation anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's do the sorting, and then we'll need to come back to that. As I just flipped through my notes, that was another one that as I was going along, I thought, gosh.
And also with the financial assurance, David, we'll just need to make sure, because we have a chapter on financial assurance, don't we?
Mhm.
In the subdivision permit now.
Oh, yeah, it's the subdivision improvements chapter, talks about financial assurance.
So we could just delete all that and just say financial or documentation satisfactory to the board of financial assurance in accordance with, and just cite to that.
Yeah, I mean, the tough part about financial assurance is like, you really don't want them because there's a time limit, right, on these financial assurance. So if you're required at the beginning of the process, then now that shortens the period of time for the applicant once it gets approved.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's something that we have to ensure.
Well, right, and we usually do it, but it's like, we usually do it with the final plat. So at the end of the process, we have financial assurance in our hands before the board approves it.
So that the letter of credit doesn't expire before any
Yeah.
can be done.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, most of those just kind of they kind of turn over, but I don't know. People try to get them done, the roads and stuff done, but not all of them.
It seems logical that it would be at the end of the process.
Would covenants also be something that we might want to?
Yeah, because that's not gonna be filed. I mean, I
That
guess you
gets
could,
filed with the final.
yeah, you could ask for draft covenants, but I don't know.
It doesn't
I think it'd be
matter.
fine at the final plat. So
Okay.
we've always done that. So.
Okay.
All right, what are we thinking? Do we want to try to schedule a special meeting or continue to chip away at this?
I think this one needs to be a chip away at the next, because we also have another meeting later this month.
Oh,
We do.
Yeah.
There's a
24th.
They have two.
Huh?
They potentially have two.
We have a big joint meeting with
joint meeting.
City of EAC.
They want to do a joint meeting as well for the growth management plan, but I don't know exactly when that's gonna be, so. And I don't think it'll be this month,
Okay.
but it could be.
We're talking the 31st.
Well, it said 31st and, yeah, but that's kind of changed. I don't know. We'll see what ends up, so.
So let's send your cards and letters to Mr. Ayers so that if you've got other small stuff, let's feed those to, if that's acceptable to you, and you can kind of be the,
Yes,
a
sir.
lot of these things, then we can come back and we'll be done with them.
Yeah.
And I have some stuff that I want to discuss with you,
Okay.
I don't think we need to discuss it now,
Okay.
but
So Mr. Ayers will continue to be the author, I guess, the one who's going to compile these things. And we will continue this to our next meeting. Now,
By the way, do we know what the application load may be like at the next meeting?
potentially a couple,
We could have,
potentially zero.
we could have like 4, we could have none, I don't know.
all right, let's,
Okay,
We got 3 subdivisions in the last week, so we'll see.
so on our agenda for the next meeting, are this and the zoning district criteria amendments, which I'm happy to continue those. Is that your desire, Mr. Platt? Let's just carry those forward.
Well, what are you talking about now?
The next thing we had on our plate for amendments to our regulations was your interest in adjusting densities of duplexes.
Okay. Yes.
I'm
not.
I'm suggesting we'll just carry that on forward. We'll keep it on the agenda until we get it whipped. Or whipped out or defeated or whatever. Okay, right. And then we'll of course have to deal with applications. So let's go quickly through the rest of our agenda. Give us a quick update on the other plans out there with Mr. Gertz.
Yeah, sure. So the growth area management plan, we're getting, I guess we're going through some more small group meetings with some folks we met with earlier in the process. We're kind of wrapping up some of our pop-up events that we've had. And yeah, I think they're gonna take that information. We've had some meetings with like utility people, or the consultants met with some utility people. We met with Road and Bridge and the city streets folks or whatever. And so they're still compiling information, but we're getting to the point where I think they should be getting a draft here soon. I they've got a future land use map that's pretty much figured out or getting close to being figured out. So
as between those scenarios.
yeah, so they've taken all those and kind of winnowed it down into one. So yeah, that's kind of where they're at. They're hoping to have some type of a joint meeting at some point. They wanted to do it with planning and zoning, Board of County Commissioners, City Council, and City Planning Commission all at the same time, but Derek talked about it. So we're gonna try to do the planning and zoning and the planning commission. There'll probably be like a Zoom meeting. I imagine 'cause that's what the city's doing.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah. And then I don't even know what the format is for the 24th for the other plan, but yeah. Anyways, let's stick to the first one. Is there anybody have any questions about the growth area management plan? Do you guys take the survey? Do you have any questions, I guess?
So this joint meeting unspecified, but early September potentially.
That's kind of where it's at. Yeah, there's nothing been finalized at this point. So.
Yeah, I thought the scenarios were too complicated.
Yeah, the survey certainly was.
Yeah, but
I was like,
I don't know if you guys took the survey, but it's pretty heavy sled.
You're talking about has there been a second survey?
Yeah, there's a second questionnaire.
Closes Friday.
You can
It's on
get
our
on there
website.
if you want to take it. So
That's the only questions I had. So you've updated this as best we can, I guess.
yeah. So okay, the natural resource management plan. Then let's move on to that. It will. So we published in the paper for 30 days. It's going to go back to the Board of County Commissioners on the September 6th meeting, I believe. So if you have any other additional comments or whatever, you can come to the meeting. You can provide comments to me or to the planning office, and we can move those on to the Board of County Commissioners. But yeah, we're kind of in the home stretch unless we want to make a bunch of changes and do that. But that's kind of where we're at.
The piece that's out for public review is not this is what we're going to do. Scheduled for a public hearing. It's that
Public hearing scheduled.
okay. I guess I understood from that last meeting they were saying let's change some things. They knew they wanted to change.
So we took it back to the Board of County Commissioners.
Oh, that's happened.
They reviewed that and they made no changes.
Okay.
And then they sent it out for a review. Yeah. So yeah, it went back once.
I updated it.
And they scheduled a meeting at that, or the public hearing. And so it's published and going forward. So
that could be the end of it at that point.
potentially, yes.
Cool.
So, thank you. Which I would love, but you know, just because one less plan would be great. But if there's comments, then obviously you want to make sure we hear those. And
But there's a new one on the website.
yes. Okay. Yeah. Any questions on that? I'll move to the last thing.
Keep going.
Okay, we're rocking and roll now. Okay, so I sent you, hopefully everybody got the memo from the CAP Update Intergovernmental Steering Committee. So basically, Darren and I wrote this up and is reviewed by some of those committee members. We just to kind of update where we're at in this update process. Stantec went through and they have kind of two tasks or phases that they've determined of what they need to accomplish. They've completed task one, and that included a review of current city of Laramie and Albany County Casper Aquifer protection plans. And so they did a memo with the differences and the areas that they want to amend in both of those. They reviewed all permanent reports, SSIs, and other documents concerning the Casper Aquifer since 2008, which was the last time things were kind of updated in the city, I believe. They reviewed the water logs from the state engineer's office, information along the western boundary of to basically obtain the Satanka shell thickness data. So they took that data And they used that to revise the 75-foot Satinka shell line that was kind of, so that's what the original was supposed to be based on. It was used different methodology. I think it was where the Satinka and the aquifer hit, and then they did geometry or whatever. But this is more, they're looking at things on the ground, looking at the information from all of those different well logs. And they created that, or moved that 75-foot line to where it lines up with the data. I mean, there's obviously some areas that don't have data, and so they kind of left those the same. And they also looked at Turner, Wellfield, and Simpson Springs, and I believe they added some, they thought that more thickness should be added in those areas, so that affected that line, which makes sense at those two locations. They also amended the Satinka shell thickness line, they took that information that they got with the revised Satinka 75-foot line and revised the western boundary to follow property lines, section lines, and other surveyable lines. So then administratively, we can enforce it along that line, which is great. They prepared and provided a draft of the updated cap that was submitted for staff and steering committee to review. And then policy recommendations have been drafted, and they've also provided just updates on the things they were doing. So, and we held 3 small group stakeholder, focus group type meetings. I wouldn't call them focus groups, but other people just have it. I think it's more of a small group meeting. But they held 3 of those, one with folks from the Albany Clean Water Advocates. The CAP Network was one of the groups. And then there was a technical group that included geologists and engineers. And really, I think it kind of caught a lot of the people that are really interested in this issue. We tried to get a group of developers, people that have developed up there. We sent out specific, invites to these folks that have done some of that development. We didn't get anybody that responded back to that one, to that specific meeting. However, there was a developer from that area that showed up at one of the other group meetings. So I feel like we got at least that opinion.
Who was that, David?
The developer of Rocky Ridge subdivision. Kuthar, Max showed up. And then we tried to get a business group from folks along that corridor up there, and we got one person that was kind of new in the area that wanted to be involved, and then a guy I know was like, "Oh yeah, I was thinking about going to it." So we didn't actually hold a meeting, but we're giving them enough. I think Darren talked to the one guy. There was one guy from one of the properties up there that he talked to. I can follow up with the other gentleman, but we didn't actually hold a group meeting because we didn't have enough folks to hold another one. But I feel like, I think the whole group felt like these were worthwhile. The meetings that we did hold were well attended. I mean, we didn't have 20 or 30 people or whatever, because we wanted to keep them small, but we had probably 8 to 10 people at each of these groups, which is about what we wanted. We got some very good input, and then it gave people just an opportunity to be involved in the process before the public gets this draft. So I think their opinions were heard. What we need to be, or what we have to accomplish, or what's going to be accomplished in the coming days is incorporation of all the feedback that we're getting from the small group, which is actually I think we have about a draft done, or Stantec has a draft done with the feedback from these folks. There's going to be a review of the second technical draft by the Intergovernmental Steering Committee and staff, which I think is where we're at today. I think that just came out today, actually. Final draft will be completed by August 19th. It's going to be provided to you all and then the other groups by the end of next week. And then we're going to have their meeting on the 24th, and that begins the 45-day comment period. Final draft will be published on the county and city websites. We'll have during that 45 days, there's going to be public comments. I guess period plus there's going to be meetings that go along with that. There'll be a number of meetings, public meetings to include or to gather feedback. And then there's going to be a second joint meeting of the planning and zoning and everybody else in October, hopefully. And then 3 bodies will certify the final plan, the governing bodies, and then the cap will be considered by the Board of County Commissioners in November. Now that's the schedule that everybody's hoping to follow. However, we'll see how that goes. And then Mr. Hinckley sent me some questions. Do you want me to go through those questions and answer those as best I can?
Yeah, if you've got some answers, like
Okay.
our preliminary discussion was, you don't, but go for it.
Well, these are my official answers. Those are my unofficial.
Okay, all right.
So the first question that was asked, and you know, some preface, these are questions that pretty much, or the EAC, when we met with them and Planning Commission had as well. So this is not just, you know, yeah, these are common questions. So is the cap update considered to be a land use plan? The answer is yes, and it'll follow the statutes 18.5202 B. So it's meaning that you guys have to put it out for 30 days, review period, have a public hearing after that 30 days at some point, and then move that on. So it does have to follow that to get approved. And then, let's see. So, okay, if so, it will create a specific approval by Planning and Zoning Commission, or will it require that specific approval? Yes. Following specific comment period on the P&Z approved draft. Let's see, this seems to be inconsistent with public review period preceding. So, yeah, so the way this is supposed to, they want, I'm actually gonna have to have a discussion with the group, the intergovernmental group. We have a meeting tomorrow about this whole process because planning and zoning, you guys have to mark the day when the 30 days begin. You have to say, go ahead and publish this. So their idea is that we just hold this meeting and then we have 45 days and then we're good to go. But no, we've got to, you guys gotta actually say that that's okay. So that's where we'll, I'm gonna have to figure that out or talk to them about that. But anyways, the reason for why they're trying to do it this way is there's a tight timeline for the project. It's the hope that intergovernmental steering committee, that the draft presented to you on August 24th will be sufficient to move forward to the public hearing. And there will be some time to review this beforehand. And if there are glaring deficiencies that need to be addressed, I'm assuming they will be addressed at this meeting. So anyways, this is kind of moot, I think. I'm not going to read the rest of this, but this is what I wrote this morning, but just talking this through. And number 3, so I guess one of the third question is this: P&Z specifically has to certify our approved version of the plan on the county to the county commissioners. That's a specific vote of us 5. Is that right? So where does EAC and City Planning Commission fit? So EAC is an advisory board. So whatever they approve, they recommend is advisory only. They have no statutory skin in this game. However, you do. That's the difference between your advisory role, is you have to recommend this and certify this, as does Planning Commission, I believe. So when we do these meetings, each board has to act as a separate entity and approve those and move those forward in the manner they're required to by statutes or other regulations. And then I think the last question was if planning and zoning is not satisfied with the second joint meeting, when and how will we have the opportunity to work on improvements prior to our certification? So what the plan is they want to have another joint meeting to get together. I think if you guys have amendments you want to consider, you would funnel those through Stantec. Stantec would include those in the draft, and it would be discussed at the next joint meeting. So in theory, that's what they want to do. So.
So I put you over to Commissioner Kennedy, who's watched a lot of this stuff go by. But the bottom line is that completely independently, the county planning and zoning commission has to approve something, put it out to review, have a public hearing, certify it to the county commissioners. Is that right?
I would agree with that,
And the
yes.
city has to do the same thing.
Yes.
So we had this discussion earlier.
I just looked over at Matt's head shaking.
So, as we were discussing before the meeting, can that happen? To the extent it can happen in parallel, that would be great. But yeah, this all sounds quite fantasy-like. We'll see.
David, you said we had to certify something,
Yeah.
not just recommend to the county commission. We've got to,
Well, the certification is, well, actually, the city manager's, has she asked your office about what certified means? To me, certified means recommendation, but that's the fancy term they use in the.
But it isn't a, hey, we want you to think about this. The idea is
No.
it comes out of our shop with a majority vote of us.
no, I understand
That
that.
says, we think you ought to pass this.
Yeah.
Just like-
And this is
as
totally
it's-
in your bailiwick. This is your job. This is your job, is to certify plans and move them on. So that, and do all the other, planning and zoning stuff.
I just asked because I hadn't heard that word certify, used as sort of full sense before.
We can get a stamp.
Okay.
Get it, and then Vern can stamp it and have his name on it.
So the answer is we're gonna get together on 24th and see how it goes.
Yes, yeah. I mean, what they want to happen is you guys just say, yeah, it looks awesome. And then you guys say, yeah, we can approve that, and or we want to set a meeting, and you can do it at that meeting. That's not how that's where I'm getting different information. What I've been told now is it's an informational meeting only, but it's like, if it's informational only, you guys can't make the decision to do that. So, so yeah, we're gonna have a good discussion tomorrow, so.
Yeah, and I have no reason.
Yeah,
we won't like it.
Yeah, I had the same thought that I think passed through Matt's mind was, how are you independent and in parallel at an information meeting? Because that's not a public meeting.
No.
Right, and I think that's an item of discussion. Maybe I should bring that up, but. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, because it'll be a formal meeting. You guys will have to start the meeting. You guys, Vern's gonna have to open the meeting. Each board is gonna have to open the meeting or call it to order and do the roll call and all of that stuff. That's part of the formal meeting. You have to do that. It's not just.
But if there's no public comment, then I can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But, so we couldn't then all of you guys go over in that corner and have your own approval and you guys go over here.
Well, like, do they have to have public comment? Like, they're not certifying anything at the meeting.
Oh, okay.
It would
Well,
be
yeah.
setting a public hearing, so then they could hear a public hearing later
So we could at the 24th.
in October, whatever.
Oh,
We could all go on opposite sides of the room and have our own little private meeting and say, let's put this up for review. That would be.
is that?
well, somebody
If
better
it's
get their
published, I
stuff
think you're
together
fine to do
because
that. but-
10 days notice.
We have
on
to
a
take
special
minutes.
Meeting beforehand. Because that means the notice would have to go out by the 14th.
So, and I guess that's another question I have for you is, do we want to meet in this, do we want to meet in this room and join via Zoom via our equipment here? Or do we want to all just join
I
via
would
Zoom
rather
wherever?
meet here.
So this is our meeting?
No, it's all of our meetings, but so the meeting is over Zoom.
Who's on fire?
You guys would be here.
It's,
Okay,
yeah, so where do you want to, because like,
okay.
the city only meets by Zoom, and both of those other committees are meeting by Zoom. That's the
Oh, all right.
only way they meet. So
You guys, let's meet here. I'm happy with this.
I just need to make sure IT can figure out how we join in,
Okay.
which I know they know how to do. It's just,
Well, and then if we did want to adjourn this big group thing and have a meeting, we could. I'm not promoting that, but I guess that would facilitate us proceeding to actually do business.
We could,
And the notice.
we just have to notice it, yeah.
Okay, how is it being noticed?
Oh, to notice it, all we have to do is send it to the newspaper. I just sent them an email saying we're having a meeting.
So this meeting 24th has to probably notice. And we can do business.
Well, it hasn't yet.
Okay,
No,
it will.
yes.
So it seems like the prudent thing would be to set it up in a manner that allows us to make a decision. Should we so desire?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see.
You should let me go first when I was a little more not talkative, I guess. I've been stuck to my script a little better here.
Are the four of us gonna be able to do that? I'll just while we're sitting there.
Yeah, what time is the meeting gonna be?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
August,
Yes.
6 o'clock, 24th.
Let me send you the information.
Please do.
Yeah.
Mr. Fine, is that, you gonna react to that?
I was just gonna say, I thought it was 5, but
This is my,
moving around.
invite on my calendar says 5:30.
Okay, maybe it's 5:30.
Okay.
I'm saying 5, you're saying 6, he's saying 5:30.
Let me find it.
But tentatively, we will be
Forward that to me.
available.
Yeah. I'll send it to you.
Check my calendar.
30.
I thought I-
Oh,
Don't worry, I was also not included.
Okay, other comments on
you're not even a beat.
cap
I
update?
didn't know there was a meeting.
Why would you want to?
Well, I have a question for David.
Yes,
Seriously.
David, is it your sense that this is generally in good shape? This cap agreement?
The plan?
Yeah.
I need to look over the document that was just came out, but like, yeah, I mean, I really like Stantec. They're doing a really good job. I think they're trying to consider everything, and you know, there might be some of the recommendations that maybe I don't necessarily agree with, but I think it's a pretty good document. It's something that's good to start with and to discuss for sure. So, yeah, I have no complaints with what they've been doing. So,
no red flags, just
no.
okay. That gets us to our next meeting, September 14th, would be the normal course of events. 5 o'clock, suit everyone. We have no citizens.
Correct. No, I can see. There's no participants.
Okay, we have no other participants. So yeah, absent objections, we are adjourned. Thank you for your patience.
Gentlemen, thank you.
So,